All right, the YouTube should be live here any second now. There we go. All right, so let me sum up what our plan for today is. We got the scopes and redirect URIs working fine. The scopes thing was just a little annoying, but we fixed it. And now it seems that we're running into an issue initializing an empty repo from Oh-My-Ghaad on GitLab. And that is because GitLab doesn't even create a branch for the empty repo. So if there is no branch, then we can't push anything. So we have to create that branch if we detect that it's empty, which is easy enough. No big deal. But that'll be the step we go through. We'll fix that, call it good, and then hopefully, fingers crossed, we're done with the GitLab integration, and we can start working maybe on the slides because I need to record a video for React Summit because it's a pre-recorded talk, and I have to do that within the next week. So that's fun. But yep, that is our plan for today, and we will switch to the right scene after I get more music going. Oh, I mean, it's pre-recorded. Yeah, of course I'll do great. I can do as many takes as I want. But we just got to see if I get the, the functionality done today. And then we'll look at maybe if there's other functionality we want to do as well. But let me get another album going. Yeah, here we go. Get that out of my face. And yeah, the thing I wanted to show off actually, which is why I was up so early today, is this thing called the commits. Nope, not the commits.com. Was it dev? Yeah, the commits.dev. There we go. So yeah, it's going to be an award show at Render ATL. Oh, and let me pop out the YouTube chat. But yeah, so in Atlanta next year during Render ATL, there's going to be this The Commits award show. And, it's about celebrating open source, which I think is really good. It's not just going to be some circle jerk about whoever pays to play, I guess there's like the Webby Awards and some of those things, but they seem a bit pay to play. And this is all about just celebrating good shit, right? Commit of the year, maintainer of the year, small and large project of the year, rising star contributor, documentation and design excellence. That one's pretty good. Open source for good, right? Honoring projects using open source to drive positive change. Corporate contributor of the year award, right? Like, that one's a little trickier, but I would say any of those companies that are contributing to stuff like Git, like, Google, right? There's going to be a community choice award and unsung hero. So here's the thing. You all can submit something right now. You get to decide all of this stuff as viewers. So, if you got time, I want you to really think about what categories here do you want to submit something for. Feel free to submit as many times as you want. They're going to pass it through to like an unbiased panel of judges that are going to pick through these things. Yeah. We're going to shout it into the Discord. I'm going to get a command going as well. But yeah, I think it's really cool. So bare minimum, here is the link. I'm going to do this though. I think I can do what, like rel CM Griffing, right? Yeah, it's really cool, Sicario. Yeah. Right? And like, think about those libraries that you couldn't live without. Yeah, FFmpeg should definitely be there. Me personally, like, dude, the Poimanders people that do like Yotai, Zustand, and Valtio, they definitely deserve some kind of shout out. I think the people maintaining Git, SQLite, like, dude, yeah, there's so many. I think it's really cool. And the sky's the limit, right? Just get in there, submit what you think. I would say contributor of the year, Ant Fu. Way up there, top of my list. But yeah, I don't want to skew the results too much. Like, shout them out. If only there was a best open source commit by a streamer of the year award. I'd at least be in the nominations. I'm kidding. I mean, it's a very narrow niche. Yeah, exactly. It's a very narrow niche. How many other people have even contributed to open source on stream this year? Think about that. With a beanie. Ooh, there we go. There we go. But yeah, let's craft a quick command so that we can put this on a timer and keep shouting it out. And then also copy and paste it and put it over in the Discord. So yeah, commands add, what do we want to call it? The commits. Do I have plans to attend it? I think so. Because I'm pretty sure that I'd be able to get like an influencer ticket at least. And then I'd just be paying for like flight and hotel out of my own pocket. It's going to be a black tie event though, right? Like, I don't even own a suit. I don't even own a suit. I do have that very, very nice hoodie that looks like a tuxedo though. I wonder if they'll let me wear a beanie to it. I'll wear a black beanie. Do you think that counts? Do you think that would count? Probably not. Probably not. I'd have to make sure that my hair at least grows out long enough that I can like mess it up and make it like the afro. Like, you know, poor blonde kid's afro. All right, so yeah, command is going to be the commits, and what do we want to say? Render ATL is putting on an awards show all about open source software. And yeah, what's up, Ethan? You. And yes, I capitalized it on purpose. Can help decide who gets nominated. Ah, shit. We got a typo in there. Let me fix the typo, I guess. And what's up, Illist? Yeah, we answered already. That's fine. You just got here. So it's going to be an award show at Render ATL focused on open source software and contributors. And you get to decide who gets nominated. So yeah, I believe I just pasted the link. You can grab it there. And I just need to update the command because I've got a misspelling in there. Weekend was good. And what's up, Brainless? You get to decide, exactly. It's not unusual. Oh. All right, so we updated the command. Actually, let me do the Nightbot thing real quick. All right, timers, new timer, commits, dare commits, alias of the commits. We want the interval to be, I don't know, let's say every 18 minutes. Cool. Just wrapping up a little show and tell for a proposal for a new service. Seems to have gotten good views. Nice. Hell yeah. And yeah, make sure you're shouting out whatever nominations you want to give here at the commits. I'm guessing, Brainless, you would probably recommend Jose Valim or Chris McCord as Contributor of the Year, right? All right. All right, so music's good. We are live on YouTube now, and we can get to what we're doing. Oh, let me just paste over to the Discord this stuff. All right, cool. And yeah, I added my own rel link to it. You know, hopefully they see how valuable I am in contributing that stuff, right? Maybe. We'll see. Okay, so back to what we are building. I feel like there was something else I wanted to shout out. Hold on. Michael Rogers? Yes. Is it a GoFundMe? Yes. So here's another thing I want to shout out. Yeah. It was just announced today, Brainless. It's part of why I woke up at 5 a.m. this morning. Your first choice would be Linus Torvalds? Yeah, sure. Whatever. But yeah. So this dude passed away from cancer recently, but if you are familiar with Node.js in any way, that is most likely due to his efforts, right? And man, dude, colon cancer. Yeah, I need to get a colonoscopy. Dude, it'll sneak up on you so quick too. And he was 42, 41. Yeah, I need to be checking into that shit. Yeah, dude, it sucks. Yeah, he started NodeConf. Like he was a pillar. Like, yeah, got to get checked. You got to do it. But yeah, he inspired Carter Rabasa, right? He inspired Carter Rabasa to start Cascadia. Even when you prep, don't stream. Oh, there's like prep you got to do. Like they tell you not to eat any food and stuff like that. Is that it? You drink a liquid and it drains your body. Yeah, it sounds like you're describing whiskey. Like that's just whiskey. It's a liquid diet. Again, yeah, you're just describing whiskey. What's new? No, no, I know, I understand. I don't know if they understand. I can just drink a bunch of whiskey and flush everything out too. I really don't think they understand how whiskey works. But yeah, seriously, if you were to think about doing gifted subs or bits or whatever this month, I think it would be a whole lot cooler if we could get this number to that 50K goal. Totally up to you if you want. No pressure. But yeah, I would be happy to pass all that on. I'm wondering, hold on, can I actually do Yeah, 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 no worries there, bedtime bear. I appreciate that. Thank you. Um yeah, how do you do the charity thing on Twitch? Yeah, we can make October into charity time. I just got to figure out how. Anyone who's ever done that, let me know. The bedtime bear charity. No, no. Oh, here it is. I see charity. Find a charity to get started. Oh, I guess yeah, maybe it doesn't count as a proper like 501c3 charity. So maybe it wouldn't count. Yeah, it has to be a registered 501c3. That's a bummer. Yeah, we'll do it this way then. We'll just tag it. Okay, and then we can pin it. Pin this message, unpinned at the end of stream. And then we'll just remember to do that tomorrow. Okay. Hosted by Noise. Anyone ever heard of Noise? Oh, hold on. Yeah, I just got some invite for a Twitch party of some kind at TwitchCon. So yeah, just finishing that up. And then yeah, let's oh god damn it. Okay, cool. And they're saying it's on that Friday. Ooh, I might not make it that Friday, but whatever. Okay, cool. Yeah, let's get to actual work. Man, I really want to hop into a whiskey already. There's something about not getting enough sleep that makes whiskey way more appealing. Anyone else feel that way? All right, so what I think we want to do then, right, this initialize function, we call that from the engine. So it's really in the engine that we want to do some of this. Now, the tricky part is that at the adapter level, we don't have a create branch function. Honestly, no, we want to do it inside of here anyway. Oh, and it looks like we did start doing this bit. So right, instead of this part, what if we did this? It would be this dot API dot branches create main head. Does that seem correct? So it's going to be the project ID. Yep. The branch name. And then the ref. And what it ends up coming back with is a branch schema. So we could do this. Branch equals that. So yeah, now we don't need to do this malarkey. We will need to bump the version again. We're already at 0.0.9. I do want to keep them in sync, though. All right, so then when this part kicks in, that's where I'm going to have to do this. Day's been good. It started really early for me, Gitlab. Yeah, I had a thing at like 9 a.m. this morning, East Coast time, which means I was up. Like I woke up at like 5:15. I don't know what it is. I've been really good about waking up before my alarms. Like it almost makes me wonder if I'm getting proper sleep. Cause yeah, like I've been pretty damn good about waking up before my alarm by a good 15 minutes. A lot the past I don't know, a couple months. Yeah, I was up super early. All right, so I'm doing my multi-factor auth. Give me a sec. Natural body clock? Yeah, except for the fact that I only got 4 hours of sleep. You know? But no, I think it's more of just like a stress thing. Because, you know, like in general, you tend to like wake up every hour and a half to 3 hours anyway, like circadian rhythm style. So I'll often like see that, and if it's like so close, like if I'm within an hour, right? If I'm within an hour of when I need to wake up, I don't think I actually go back to sleep very well. Especially when it's something that I like absolutely have to be up for. Um, I even do this thing where I'll start like wiggling my toes. Anyone else do that? When you're like, you don't want to miss your alarm, but you want to just like close your eyes for another 15 minutes. I'll just start like wiggling my toes like that. And yeah, it keeps me from falling back asleep for sure. I don't know. That's like a trick I picked up. I don't even know how I picked it up actually. Yeah, it's really not bad. Like I remember telling my mom about that at one point. She went to go wake me up or something, and she like opens the door and just sees my toes wiggling. And she's like, "Oh, you're awake already, huh?" I was like, "Yeah." Like yeah, it's not a bad trick. It's pretty good. Okay, so we did the publish of all these things. We just need to update them here on the app. And yeah, we're hard coding these values just so it's easier to update. All right, so let's see if this works. All right, so app is running. Will it blend? Yep, need to get a new token. That was actually perfect. Cool. Um, this part's still a little wonky. Shit. We still fail. But why? Oh, we get a 403 because we might not have the right permissions. That doesn't. I don't know. That seems weird. Let's make sure we have the right application. Yep, CFP's demo. That's the number. And yeah, what's up, Krasner? Mr. Sir. When I write a CLI tool, do I usually prefer to write it in TypeScript? I think it really depends. I don't know. In many cases, I prefer Go. But there's a lot of good libraries for TypeScript, too. I just think some of like the TUI, right, like terminal UI libraries are a little nicer than the ones available in TypeScript. So, I mean, there is Ink, which is good. Nope, that's not it. There you go. Vadim. Yeah, so Ink is nice. It's not perfect. And it's a very like React-like framework, which means because of that, it's definitely not like as procedural as you might like it. But it does work. Like it does its thing. So yeah, you can do like cool interactive like TUI stuff. Gemini's using it. Claude Code's using it. Right? Codex is using it. So yeah, it's pretty cool. It's just distributing a compilable CLI is often easier than shipping or relying on a certain runtime to be there. I agree with that, Caleb, but you can actually ship like Node.js projects too. Like that's how Codex, Claude, and Gemini are working. They're most likely using Bun, possibly, or there's a thing by Vercel that I'm forgetting the name of right now. Yeah, Claude Code is using Bun tooling to make the executable. I'm trying to remember what the Vercel one was, like PKG. Yeah, how you doing, Caleb? I meant to reply to you. I'm so sorry. Yeah, dude, you went really deep on that analysis. That was cool. And yeah, I agree. Like, I think it would be tough to find a good heuristic, but I'm sure there's something that could be done. Like the way you were thinking about like doing just like a test and then bailing out if it takes too long, right? I think that's not a bad approach, right? Similar to like if you're doing, I don't know, if you accept like zip files from users, etc., right? You allocate a maximum amount of RAM you're willing to let that zip file handle, and then if you go beyond it, then you probably got a zip bomb or something, and you don't trust it anymore. Right? Very similar. Like you could just do that early bailout if it takes longer than you expect. But yeah, it looks like this one's archived. What do they recommend instead? Looks like Node.js 21 actually has support for that. So yeah, I didn't know that Node.js was trying to bundle that in at the core. Obviously, like probably taking notes from Bun. But yeah. Yeah, this is news to me. I didn't even know about this. Does look more involved than the Bun thing. And it's still like in active development. It's not necessarily like ready. Still pretty cool. And I would bet Vercel package still works, right? Just because it's archived doesn't mean it's completely dead. Moshiko. Yeah, no, that makes sense. Yeah, if it depends. Like, are you trying to distribute it or are you just trying to use it locally? If you're trying to distribute it, you know, using Bun would probably be fine. Uh, Go would also be a good option. Rust is an option too, but like more work. If it's just for you, then yeah, have at it. If you've never made a CLI tool, it's actually really fun, like doing the arg parsing and all that stuff. If you are going to do TypeScript, I would highly recommend Yargs. Anyone else have any other like argument parsers that they prefer? I know there's like Commander and some others. 122 million weekly downloads, though. It's pretty solid. You want to try with TypeScript? Yeah, I totally get it. Yeah. As far as like argument parsing, I highly recommend Yargs. And then yeah, what was that package? What was the thing I made? Oh, not BM Griffing, CM Griffing. Domain term. Just want to double check and see if there's any other like packages you might want to use or anything. OpenAI library to connect to a local LLM. Sounds cool. When you say OpenAI library, do you mean like the Vercel uh, AI SDK? Because I think you can do that to local stuff. Oh, maybe not. No, maybe not. Yeah. Moshiko wants to make like a CLI utility. Yeah, it looks like they just wire up to like providers. So, meh. I'm sure you can make your own provider though. It's just an interface. Okay. So yeah, OpenAI has their own. Got it. You ended up on Commander for the taskless pack command. Yeah, any reason why you picked Commander over Yargs? I think they both kind of tend to do the same thing. I don't remember the compare and contrast between them. I just use Yargs out of familiarity. Commander has more stars. Subcommands were easier. Really? Interesting. Yeah. I could have sworn I have done that with Yargs, but yeah, maybe it wasn't as easy. I definitely know I've done that with Go before. Let me get more music going. No. And yeah, like better is subjective. I was just wondering, like, decision criteria. If it was just simply the first one you found, that's a fine decision. I mean, downloads per week, stars, issues, last published date. Yeah, ARGS looks healthier at this point. Easier for simple scripts? Gotcha. No, Moshiko. Like npm is still where you get these libraries, right? Yargs is the thing that parses the arguments. So this is still Node.js. You would still install it via npm, right? This is just saying like when you do, like foo and then command, or like looking exactly at what they got, right? Let's just say the name of our CLI is foo, right? And then the command is greet. And then you wanted to maybe like put the user's name in there, which would be something like, name equals bar, right? Just setting up the structure of the command and the arguments that you pass. You don't want to do that raw, right? Like doing that raw with Node.js is definitely way more of a hassle. Yep. Yeah, like you can do just process.argv and get all that stuff. It's a little more annoying. You get like the ability to do options and have like an easy help command is what these things also give you. You alwaars go with the easiest thing possible, which for CLI tools, you're only going to use locally for weird deploy scripts, often ends up being passing env vars. You do like the clap library in Rust. I don't think I've used clap in Rust. I haven't built CLI tools with Rust. So it's just like the command line argument parser, clap. Got it. If you download it, you got the clap. Yeah, I tend to use Go for most of my CLI stuff. Like our Gitkraken CLI is Go. Right? Our MCP server, etc. too. How about subcommands? That's what CodeDrift was talking about. The subcommands seemed easier with Commander. So I'd say go for it. What I would actually go do is look at the docs. See which one has better docs where you like look at their docs and try and find the subcommand stuff. That would be a good way of making that decision yourself. Yep. And this is a good practice, right? What you could do is build your like core functionality as functions that just get called in like this part. So you don't put too much like logic in here. You end up just calling out to a function that you pass the arguments to. And then you could actually switch between these two things if you decide to change. That makes sense, Caleb. Yeah. I mean, Go is pretty relatively straightforward except for JSON parsing. Go really fucking sucks at polymorphic data types. Moshiko, like it doesn't even have to be a class. It could just be a function that takes in arguments and does something, right? And that function could be what you call right here inside of action, So it's maybe just a good practice to understand like separating, the separation of concerns. All this part here cares about is parsing the arguments and parsing like the commands and subcommands, and then routing those to the right function. Yep. So the more you can abstract out your logic from like this part of things, the better off you'll be. It's just better, it's better code writing. You can unit test your function without having to call the CLI, right? So then that'll most likely run faster than having to call the CLI. Yeah, no, I totally get it, Caleb. Yeah, for sure. Like I quite like Rust as well, but I don't know. I'm just less familiar with the ecosystem of libraries and packages and all that in Rust for like CLI stuff. Also, anytime I would need to use like Tokyo, can I do this any other way? Like, I'd much rather use Go routines than Tokyo. Yeah, and Moshiko, this is that boilerplate, basically. Like, this is the boilerplate code before you even get to what you want to do. So it's maybe less boilerplate. Yeah, yeah. But yeah, I'm just double checking. Are there any other things? Yeah. You can do regular old, like, you know, what is it? MPSC style, like Go routines in Rust as well. I actually gave a talk about that back in 2016, maybe 2017. At the Seattle Rust meetup. Nothing special. But yeah, one more thing I wanted to point out, Moshiko. If you're going to be writing in like TypeScript, definitely check out TSX. That way you don't have to go through like the whole compilation step while you're like just iterating. You know, like here as an option, I'm doing like TSX source index instead of having to compile it to the JavaScript and, you know, do the BS for it. Yeah, man. I just think there was another promise or like futures implementation back in the day called Eventual that was by Carl Lersch, the creator of Tokyo. But what was it? Aaron Turon created Futures RS, which is a zero cost abstraction. And sure, it's more performant, but man, it is so much more annoying to work with. All right. So yeah, we're failing out. I think because we need to be able to write the API. That was it. So I needed read and write. All right, so we save that. And then here in the application, we need to make sure we're passing regular old API in there too. We'll get a fresh token just to be sure. This part, we've definitely got some bug there. Son of a bitch. All right, so branches, 400 bad request. Okay. Branch already exists. So we do this fetch for branches. What is coming back? Wah. Okay. So I'm going to want to delete and recreate this repo because there's definitely something weird there. If it is your first branch, they do default it to true, which is nice. So then what is the issue here? File not found? Wait. So it not being there should be fine. Oh, wait, hold on. Let's go look at that repo, actually. So yeah, we expect to get a 404. Oh. Yeah, that's just a mistake. Yeah, I mean, we're skipping this song. That one's trying to put us to sleep. How dare they? Hey, what's up, Hunar over there on YouTube? How you doing? All right, this one's a little lovely. All right. Ah, gotcha, Krasner. All right, we should pump it up, right? Should we make it crunchier? And this one's not bad. Just started off a little slow. This one's fine, right? Yeah, I mean, I need something crunchier just for myself because I had to wake up at 5 a.m. today after going to sleep at like 1:30. But yeah, check it out. The commits. If there's some open source project that you want to support and nominate, right? Some contributors, whatever, I'd say do that, right? Head to thecommits.dev. It'll be an awards show that happens at Render ATL next year in August. And Caleb, if you're out there, feel free to put Git Butler in. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. feel free to nominate anyone you work with. It's just all about shouting out open source. Hell, nominate yourself if you want. Yeah, it's super cool. Yeah, because I guess there's like another award show, like the Webby Awards or whatever. But someone was saying it's basically like a pay to play kind of thing, which is just kind of lame. So yeah, like Justin Samuels, the organizer of Render ATL and the commits, like really wants to like, focus on open source without too much money involved, which I think is really cool. Yeah, Caleb, if you're out there, what was the name of the dude that runs the stuff like at GitHub there? Like on the Git committee and all that? Or on the Git contributor, whatever? Does it start with a T? Taylor? It is Taylor? Yeah. Yeah, I feel like it'd be worth letting him know about this if he's not aware. If Git gets nominated as like a repo or whatever or something, like anyone that gets nominated can have a free like booth or table or whatever at Render ATL. I know they were talking about like what to use the budget on, maybe some swag to give away at that event. Yeah, exactly. And we can nominate, him or anyone else or whatever, right? Like, I almost feel like there's a category for like corporate sponsor. I feel like GitHub, Git Butler, etc. could totally count for that. I know there's a grace period to where you can like redo your free trial. I don't know how long it is though. Like, when did you use your free trial last? If it's been a few months, I'm pretty sure you can try again. What's the CO2 in here? All right, 588. That's not terrible. And I can double check. That's actually not a bad idea. But yeah, all right. So let's continue thinking about this. Yeah, for create file, that was definitely a bug. So we got to republish. Any good places to learn the DOM? Um, like what about the DOM? Oh yeah, no worries. I know exactly. Yeah, super good. Yeah, I meant to reply to you. Sorry, Caleb. I don't know. frazzled. It's like I smoke weed or something. But yeah, thank you for hanging out, man. Yeah, I'd love to see like your results on that like heuristic kind of thing. Yeah, exactly. I feel bad though because you put a lot of work into that, and yeah, I didn't mean to dismiss it. I was gonna get to it eventually. I think maybe. So yeah, Craze. If you want to learn about like DOM nodes and props and all that stuff, yeah, I'd say yeah, the MDN is really good. Yeah, have a good night. Yeah, MDN is the Mozilla Developer Network. So it's just developer.mozilla.org. This is pretty much where I go to when I need to look up the difference between slice and splice. Because I'm never going to memorize that. Yeah. I mean, slice is to grab a chunk of an array, and splice is a way to insert something into the middle of an array. Basically, that's my current understanding of it. But it's taken me over 10 years to memorize that. And I didn't even mean to. I didn't even want to. But yeah, there's also like the difference between call and apply. Someone told me a mnemonic for it, which helps. But yeah, at the end of the day, don't waste time like trying to memorize something that you can easily look up, because if you use it often enough, you'll memorize it by accident. And yeah, the difference between call and apply. Call is a comma separated list of arguments. Apply is an array of arguments. That's it. That's the only difference. But I had some really bad recruiter from Facebook ask me that like a decade ago. And I didn't even want the job anymore after he asked me that. Like, who the fuck memorizes that shit? And then I was ranting about it after a meetup at one point, and someone told me the mnemonic, right? Call, comma, apply, array. I actually wanted to not have it memorized. I didn't want the mnemonic, but then once someone tells you that, you can't forget it. I wanted to make a point of not having to memorize that shit. And someone hacked my brain, which is fine. I will say it's basically 5 o'clock now, right? So yeah, let me go grab some limes. I got enough water. I may need to open up this window. Yeah, I don't like memorizing shit. Yeah, let me be right back. And yeah, unplug. I reached out and asked. We'll see if anyone gets back to me about it. I know we do like a trial reactivation thing. I just don't know how long it is. So yeah, BRB. Let me go grab some limes. Be back. And technically, I got my super dull knife with me right here, so I can slice these things right in front of you. Hopefully, without cutting myself. It is the dullest fucking knife ever. Yeah, I guess it's some like Witcher 3 1986 edit. Dude, this knife is like dangerously dull. Yeah, these fucking Cuisinart knives, they suck. They come in like a Costco set you can get, but dude, they are not worth it. They get dull just so quick. But also, like lime rind or whatever is really bad for knives anyway. I should be using a serrated. Yeah, I mean the Santoku knife is not bad. Again, it gets dull pretty quick, but it's a Santoku, so you're not really slicing anything other than like basic kitchen stuff. You know, onions, peppers. Even peppers could dull your knife very quickly, though. It is the Old Fitzgerald. This was a Costco special. This Old Fitzgerald is nice. It's 100 proof though. But yeah, Old Fitzgerald's one of those like really nice ones. Okay, so unplug. I just got some notice 90 days. Yeah, it's a 7 year. Yeah, it's a good one. So yeah, unplug. If it's been 90 days since your last trial, you should be able to do it. Yeah. I think this is also just like the worst lime too. Dude, it's like tough. All right, there we go. Yeah, I think allowing people to reactivate subscriptions is one of the smartest things they've done in a while. All right, not in a while. It's one of the smartest things they've done, though, right? Just sometimes you try it and you didn't have a use for it, or the feature that you wanted wasn't there, and maybe we create a new feature and it does exactly what you want, but you tried it like a year ago and oh no, now you can't do it anymore, right? And we've definitely had like people convert after like multiple trials. So yeah, I think that is a very smart thing of them to have done. But okay, so number one, we added this permission back, but we removed this like error being thrown. And that should be good now. But we do have to do another release. So that's the annoying part there. Wrong scene. All right. Authenticated. We are published up to version number 11 now. And yeah, there might be some way to make it to where we don't have to bump this stuff. Like if we had the demo project working better, I don't know if it's worth the effort at this point. No, I think that was just a timer thing. Nah, that was just timing. Oh, wait. Hold on. Forgot to install. Yeah, that was some good timing. What the fuck? Okay, so file already exists now. Shit. No, damn it. I didn't think about this part. All right, I was only looking at this other part. Yeah, that was the fix. Ah, we did it in time. Nice. Didn't have to re-authenticate. No big deal. All right, we checked for the file to exist. Sure. We can go to conferences here. Can we create a conference? Actually, when is the commits? August 12th. Wow, I had the 12. Ooh, I'm a genius. And then, oh wait, right? I don't know. 0101. Oh, yep. Yeah, so we check for the file existing. We probably don't need to throw a 404, but we do get to commit it. And then, yeah, if we go look at the repo, the rest is there. All right, sweet. And then, okay, so what does CF please stand for? So it's like CFP is call for proposals, I think, or call for presenters, or call for papers in general. Like that's what CFP stands for, one of those three. And then this was just like a play on words, right? So like CFP, please, CF, please, right? I don't know. Just some name I came up with. Oh god. Yeah. AI bot. Um. Cool. 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 So yeah, back to this. So we got it working, right? We can create the collection just fine. We should probably double check that talks work. The fooest of the bars. Duration 42 minutes. I don't know, right? All right, cool. Let's double check, right? Like, let's edit this thing maybe, right? We can fetch this stuff. It populates. Cool. From here, yeah, I think we're good so far. So now we go back to conferences. We can go edit. Actually, I think I wanted details. Yep. Cool. All right, so yeah, the GitLab adapter. Done. So now, I've never tried to do a poll while something was pinned. We'll see how this works. But the poll is going to be what next? So we could do a view adapter. We could do a svelte adapter. We could do a BitBucket adapter. And it's more like what next for Oh-My-Ghaad. If I could type. It's more like view library. Spelt library BitBucket adapter. And then, right, like view library, svelte library, BitBucket adapter. Or slide presentation. Okay, so the poll just sits on top. Okay, that works. So yeah, anyone got a preference for what we work on next? I think it'd be kind of fun to figure out like what a view library even looks like. We'd have to figure out a way to test it nice and easy, but we could do that as a demo project inside of the library. Svelte would be cool. A BitBucket adapter. It's basically the same process we went through for the GitLab adapter. Or we can just start in on the slide presentation for it. We have to work on the slides sometime between now and next Monday. Well, then vote for it, Robert Tables. Robertables. And yeah, have the football team started playing yet? 8:15 p.m. So no, they got like an hour or two. Come on, Travis Etienne. I just need 25 more points than whatever Xavier Worthy gets. Right? Like Xavier Worthy, he's questionable. He's got a hurt shoulder, you know? Like, yeah, just sit him out. Get a nice fat goose egg. I know, Jalem, how bummed would you be, right? Your 93% chance to win your first game of the season in this league. And then just like Travis Etienne just goes off. Like, that'd be so funny. You know it'd be funny at least. Like, realistically, you've got open spots on your bench. You should have been making moves for wide receivers. Like, how do you not have some shit on the waiver wire right now? You know? I've got 3 things on the waiver wire. I can't tell you what. I don't even know where to look that up. Trading list? No. Yeah, I don't know. I don't remember where it is. I've got 4 transactions pending. Yeah, why not tell you? Now, I'll at least be honest. Like, I'm dropping both of my defenses that I got right now. I'm dropping Carson Wentz. I was thinking, like, oh man, you know, he's got a good team. Maybe he'll kill it. Nope. All right, how far is this poll going? We still got some time. Looks like people want to see the slide presentation first. T. Higgins? Is he any good this year? Isn't he still on the Bengals? And Bengals won't have Burrow back for a while. And what's up, Castadev? So yeah, people want to see the slide presentation. All right. Yeah, I think at least if we start working on the slide presentation, we'll see what all we have, what the structure could be. It needs to be around 10 minutes, but it could be up to 15, and I don't think they'd sweat about it. So we could at least start scaffolding that stuff out. I do think a Svelte or BitBucket adapter, even a view library would be kind of fun. He's okay just going to go a different route with wide receiver. I see what you did there. Nice pun. Are you saying you don't like the way he runs routes? Yeah, I'm also picking up a receiver. I think I'm picking up 2. Oh, no, I'm picking up a receiver and a tight end. Just because I think my tight end goes on like a bye week next week. So I need some backup. Oh, actually, no, I do have 2 wide receivers I'm trying to pick up. I think. Oh, no, one of them's a running back. Never mind. But yeah, all right. So looking at the votes, slide presentation 1. So let's start scaffolding this shit. Oh, yeah, chaotic. Yeah, I wonder, can I change the order of my priority? Yes, I can. How we do? Yeah, what's up, Daniel? How you doing? Yeah, I bet we're looking at the same wide receiver there, Chaotic. Someone else is also in the waiver wire. I don't know if they have higher or lower priority than me, but someone else got something in there before me. But yeah, Daniel, what you up to? And yeah, so what we need to do next is we need to scaffold a slide presentation. Anyone else have a like when you hear the word slide, what do you think of automatically? The electric slide? Okay, so the dance. Gotcha. Yeah, for me, I actually think of Fight Club, right? The penguin that says slide. Like every time I say the word slide, my brain like pictures that scene and the penguin going slide. All right, so we need to scaffold another slide ev presentation. Yeah, I'm very much like a movie person. So like for the most part, when I say, "Hey, what does it remind you of?" I'm talking about some movie that it reminded me of. So you're going to work on your Python project for a bit and then need to get back to pulling numbers for 2026 budget for work. You have a meeting with MGMT, the band, tomorrow around the 2026 budget. Yeah, that old electric feel, right? MGMT, solid band. You're gonna rock down to Electric Avenue. Ooh, let me take you higher. Yeah, that's a solid one too. Yeah, no, Daniel, I knew what you meant. I just think it's funny. Like, yeah. Anonymous gifter, thank you for that gifted sub to Fred. Appreciate that. I would say anonymous gifter, if you're out there, the one that likes to do random names and stuff. There is that charity that's going on. It's like the GoFundMe thing. If you've ever used Node.js and gotten value from it, I would highly recommend considering donating to that GoFundMe. That dude, Michael Rogers, passed away, and he left a wife and two kids. So this would go to help support them, you know. But you don't have to. I just wanted to throw it out there. Yeah, anyone considering gifting subs or, giving bits or any of that stuff, even if, you didn't sub to me this month and you decided to put it towards Michael Rogers, that'd be fine. I'd be okay with it. I'll still see the number go down and it'll hurt a little bit, but it's fine. It's for a good cause. Let's make another beverage, and then, yeah, we're going to scaffold out another Slidev presentation. It's conference season, right? It's the time of the season. For sliding? No. I was trying to think of like a good Age of Aquarius reference that we could do. Actually, no. Time of the season is not Age of Aquarius. Time of the season, is that all the leaves are brown, right? Is that Mamas and the Papas? Or the Mamas and Papas or whatever? I think it is. I'm almost positive it is. Mama Cass. Thank you, GJ. I appreciate that. How about this? Whatever people end up paying me in subs this month, I will match. That way you guys don't have to deal with it. So it's not a proper 501c3, so I can't do it as like a charity thing, but I can at least just pay the money I would have gotten from Twitch this month into the thing. I think that's the right way to do it. All right, so Slidev, here we go. And let me double check this. Or actually, we can just look here on stream. I created an issue on Slidev. I want to look at the repo, look at my pull request. Please let there be a comment. Nope, there is no comment. No, and I appreciate it, GJ. Like, yeah. Like, no one's ever expected to sub or donate or any of that stuff. I was just saying previously, like, oh, if you're gonna do bits or subs, like gifted subs or whatever, there's a better cause to do it towards, but I'll just donate towards that with whatever money I would have gotten this month anyway. So yeah, that'll be easy enough. Like, I could just put 500 in. If we don't make 500, whatever. I think lately it's been closer to like 350 a month, but I'll just put in 500 anyway. But yeah, so we've got this PR, and it's not the right way to do this. Like, sure, maybe split 30, like we could change the name of the prop or whatever. What I want to do is I want to have, when I get to a certain slide, how far along timer-wise should I be? And I should be able to see that delta of whether I'm like fast or slow in my presenter notes, or possibly through like a, a component that I can throw into my slides. That's the goal of what I want, because I talk way too fast when I give my presentations. If I could see how fast I am by a certain slide, I could slow it down a bit, right? Or if I'm lagging behind, I could speed it up a bit. I would love to do that. And it's similar to like what speedrunners do. If you've ever watched a speedrunning stream, they keep these like splits of where you should be at a certain milestone. And if you're like way behind, it's unlikely you're going to catch up, so maybe restart and try again. Now, we wouldn't do that for a presentation, but it's still nice to have that like that rolling like differential, rather than just trying to keep in your head where you should be at a vague area. I would love to make this something that goes into SlideEv. But yeah, we haven't seen any response from the maintainers of SlideEv. I believe that's AntFu, right? Yeah. Like, it's primarily AntFu. Ooh, hold on. We see Todd right there. Oh, that's cool. Wait, what? I think they're the same thing. Yeah. I just think they didn't, like, they probably bought both domain names, but they should be redirecting to one as the canonical. I think they're the exact same. It's possible that the place they're hosting this from doesn't allow them to do that, but it should be a simple DNS thing. One of your mentors used page numbers, then he could confirm by the 20th minute he should be at the 9th slide or so. And holy shit, that is a lot of time per slide. But yeah, no, I get that for sure, GJ, but like I don't want to necessarily have to keep that memorized. I just want to see the differential as I'm going. Right? So instead, if you could just add that as metadata, wouldn't that help? Like if you know you should be at some like minute and seconds by a certain slide as you're rolling through, just seeing this in your presenter notes or whatever, that'd be a nice like extra thing that like, you know, when you're giving a presentation, keeping all that shit in your head is just a lot of work. Like if I practiced my slides better, sure. No matter how much I practice, though, I'm either going to leave stuff out, I'm going to add extra details, because I don't like reading from a script. Like, I really hate, like, script-driven presentations. They just don't feel good. Some people do them well, but I would much rather just speak, you know, off the cuff, just as it comes to my head, knowing what I kind of need to cover for each slide. And if I miss something, then whatever, right? If I practice enough, I'm not going to miss something. But I might add extra stuff as we go. And then, I don't know, it feels more like conversational when you're giving a presentation like that. In my opinion, one of the biggest things is engaging the audience. Like, dude, have you ever been at a concert and you actually feel the singer, like, make eye contact with you? There's something really fucking powerful about that. Like, I've been at a Pinback concert, and I've totally seen Rob Crow lock eyes with me. That's fucking awesome, man. Now, that's only something that happens at smaller shows, sure. But it's fucking cool, right? And, like, same thing goes with presentations, too. Right? Engage your audience. Like, find those people that are actually paying attention and nodding along and all that. Like, it just builds your confidence while you're doing it so well, too. And if you're losing that person who is engaged, well, shit, you fucked up somewhere. Do something, right? Do something to bring them back. And hopefully you have like a joke spaced in there from time to time that brings their attention back. But yeah, like I really value like finding the people in the crowd. Like, you know, you got to like scan the crowd, talk to everybody. You don't want to just be staring at your notes the whole time. It's a worse presentation. Okay, so yeah, we skip this song. But yeah, anyway, so haven't gotten any feedback yet. I might try to reach out to him anyway, just in case. Fuck it. Like here's the thing, and hold on, wait, 3D Factor. So did you actually watch the like the release, like the announcement stream? Like, I assume you did based on what you said. I just want to double check. Like, so 3D Factor, was there a moment where you heard someone's keyboard way too loud? If so, that was me, and I feel bad about that. If not, then I didn't blow it yet. But I definitely remember like doing some typing as it was going, and I have like the loudest keyboard. Okay, so you scrolled through most of it. Gotcha. I just like looked up at one point and realized that like everyone got muted. And I wondered like, oh, did they mute everyone because like they heard my keyboard clacking? When I reached for a drink, oh no, not whiskey, dude. That was 6 a.m. That would be crazy to be drinking whiskey that early, unless you just stayed up through the night and you're keeping the party going. That's rare. I'm not gonna say it doesn't happen, but that's rare. No, it was just the Red Bull. I got the empty Red Bull still. Actually, I could put whiskey in a Red Bull and you'd never know. Just saying. All right. Anyway, let's scaffold out this presentation. Nope, wrong one. All right. So this repo is presentation. Oh my God. Becky, look at her butt. You know it's a good day when you can mention Sir Mix-a-Lot in random conversation. Oh, yeah. No, the reveal was the thing. I was talking about it here on stream because they had already been talking about it. I didn't realize it was maybe kind of a secret. So, yeah, no, that was the reveal. Yeah, that was my bad. Sorry. I didn't realize it was more of a secret. Like, dude, they were providing coffee cups with the commits on it at Cascadia. Like, I didn't think it was that big of a secret, but as they started doing some of the other stuff, I realized, oh, well, I'm glad I didn't totally spoil it. Oops. I feel like I almost did at the beginning when I was like introducing myself and I mentioned the fact that I don't do that much open source. Oh shit, did I just blow it? Did I give away the ending, you know? Oh no. But yeah, no, it was fun. But yeah, presentation. Oh my God. Git hosting as a database. Install and start it now. Nah, I'm good. But yeah, it does sound cool, right? Like, seriously, everyone out here, nominate some shit. Like, make your submissions. Right? Like, it's so easy. Just submit the open source libraries or repos or contributors that you think deserve recognition. they need your help, right? They're not just going to select it from a bunch of their sponsors because this is exactly not that. And I really respect that. Like, Justin's such a real dude because of it. Like, really fucking cool dude. Oh, you mean, right? Like, if we look at it, you just mean for like commit of the year, and then you just pass some URL and it kind of sucks. One second. Sorry, coworker reached out with a question. Gotta make sure I'm responding. You know. Hold on one second. All right, let's slice another lime. Okay, this lime sliced way easier. So it's just the dark limes, right? The ones that are a little too ripe. The rind is unforgiving. This poor little paring knife, I believe, is crying. Like, this poor little paring knife. Yeah, this lime is slicing fine. So it's the older limes. All right. So yeah. No. Like I'm a dude. I'm in DevRel. I don't touch prod. Like no. No, it's a video that we're trying to publish, and it's basically like I was given the vague description of make it like an open AI like product release video. And I don't watch those fucking videos. So I didn't know what they meant. So then I recorded a thing, and we got some feedback from like our boss's boss that was direct, but I don't think it's bad feedback. It's just like it's one of those things where like it doesn't translate tone over text, and yeah, no, like yeah, they're just a direct person. I actually appreciate that. I think that's really good. It just takes some getting used to, you know. So yeah, nothing's broken, nothing's fucked here, dude. And no, like, yeah, I think it's actually all really good feedback. My only complaint was it wasn't obvious to me what open AI like meant. Because I don't watch their fucking videos. I don't give a shit. Like, I don't give a shit. I am not gonna watch some open AI product release video. Hell no, dude. Like, I don't even watch videos that my friends make, like Theo and the Primogen. I'll pass that shit to some AI to summarize for me. Not because I dislike them. I don't consume video content for tech. It's not something I do. Which is weird because I make video content. But yeah, I don't know. It's just one of those things. And it's probably why, like, I'll never make it like they do. Like, I'll never get to their level. I also have to, like, actually keep publishing videos. VODs don't count. No, I have massive respect for how they do their shit. And I guarantee Theo watches all sorts of videos because he cares about making videos in a way that I don't necessarily. Like, to me, I don't like, yeah, no, I don't know how to like qualify the statements I'm making in the right way, but no. He has some good opinions, right? Like, there are definitely videos that I'll summarize, and I'll even maybe read the transcript, but I'd rather just pass the transcript to some AI to have it summarize it for me. I prefer text over video in how I consume information. That's it. And no, like, Theo, Yes, I understand he has a very strong opinion about things, and I disagree with him about things, actually. Yeah. Like, dude, I was just at Theo's studio just last week when I was in SF in San Fran, which SF people hates like as a phrase. I was just in his studio and we recorded one of those like, "Hey, I'm in Theo's studio" kind of things, and I said Theo's wrong about Wasm. And he's okay with that shit. Like he's actually done like a little like short thing with his like DJI camera or whatever with me, like at Chain React last year. Theo actually respects people that disagree as long as they're not dicks about it. That's the important part. It's okay to disagree with Theo. Just don't be a dick. And I think that's how society kind of works in general anyway. Same thing here in chat. Like, it's okay to disagree, just don't be a dick. And sometimes I break that rule. You know, no one's perfect. Like, sometimes I break that rule here in chat. I'm trying to be better about it, and I feel like I've gotten better, but it's baby steps, you know? Exactly. Like, let me put it this way. I guarantee that there are a few people who have come back to stream after a few years and they like it more because I'm less of an asshole. Now, I bet there's some people that have come back to stream after a few years and they miss the fact that I'm such an asshole. Because people have different tastes. Some people were here specifically for me, like roasting some viewer that didn't deserve it. But yes, I'm not trying to make that content, you know? Yeah, there's definitely people in both camps. Oh, and they still happen for sure. But I don't know. I feel bad about them. It is warming up in this room, though. It's only 24.6, but I think it's like too warm for this hoodie. So let me do that. Let me ditch this hoodie because I am sweating just a bit and burping. So maybe that's the whiskey too. Oh, yeah, it's surprising how warm these like really just thin like Costco like whatever like corrugated hoodies are. Dude, they're so good. I wish I'd bought like 3 of them because I know I'm gonna spill some shit on that one. And then it's going to be, you know, a house hoodie rather than like a hoodie I can wear outside. But yeah, a little warm in the room. So yeah, let's keep going. I still just want to point out, if y'all got anything you want to submit, right? Small project of the year, large project of the year, maintainer of the year, rising star contributor, like any of these things sound cool? Submit your choice. I'm going to say large project of the year. So wait, where is... Yeah, okay, so Git, yep, Git has a Git repo. I'm submitting this one for sure. Submitting that for show. You're going to go for small project of the year for next year? I get it. So there you go. Boom, we shared one. Nailed it. Yeah, Arch, by the way, like, dude, do whatever you want, man. Make Omarchi something. Like, dude, the whole point of this is to make submissions and share them. Right? Nominate someone. Just nominate someone. Or some project, or something. Oh, left pad. I don't want to attach my email to that one. If it was anonymous, oh, dude, I'd totally do it. I'd totally do it. You know me. All right, so let's start working on these slides. Let's scaffold some shit out. The one that broke NPM. Yeah, I mean, there's some library that breaks NPM all the time. But yeah, hold on. There is that everything repo, right? Yeah, dude. Was this by Trash Dev? No, no, no. It's someone from his community though. Pretty sure at least. No, it's still there, dude. It's still fucking there. It's only 150 packages inside of it. Oh, no, no, no. Those are the packages he's published. Hold on, wait. Unable to find source commit. Verify the source? So maybe everything registry is gone. Okay, okay. No, that's it. No, that's it. That's it. So it's still technically there, but the repository, the homepage, like, basically everything's gone. Yeah, yeah, no, I see what you're saying now. It's still like something you can find, meaning that everything is now no longer a package anyone can publish. Five dependencies, I call bullshit. Oh no, they did it in chunks. Okay. I got it. I got it. I got it. I got it. Yeah, I feel like we've seen Patrick JS here in this stream at least once. Once. Like, sorry. Who knows the reference I'm making when I do that? Yeah, what if? No, I get it. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, they weren't trying to be dicks about it. But yeah, you shouldn't hang me on a hook, Johnny. My sister hung me on a hook once. Once. If y'all don't know the movie, it's Johnny Dangerously. It looks like it's not streaming anywhere, which is a crying shame. But it's a good classic. Michael Keaton, right? Joe Piscopo, Danny DeVito. Like, dude, so many people are in it. It's actually kind of crazy. Once. Yeah, exactly, Alan. Alan knows. I feel like Yeah, here's the line. Or not the line, but there's the scene, right? He's hanging on a hook. You shouldn't hang me on a hook, Johnny. My sister hung me on a hook once. Once. And that's like a recurring line from the character throughout the film. I think his mother hung him on a hook once. And then the other one's like, you shouldn't kick me in the balls, lady. My sister kicked me in the balls once. Once. And then just like, yeah, he says the line with different variations like 10 plus times. I don't know if it's quite that many, but it's awesome. It's a super fun parody film. If you ever hear me say summon a batch, that's a reference. Bargain ISOL, that's a reference. All right, let's keep doing what we're doing. So what we need to do is we're going to create an outline file, because I like to start every presentation with an outline of what I want to cover. And then I start to turn that into the slides that we're going to do. Do I think it holds up on a rewatch? Oh, abso-fucking-lutely. Yeah. I think it holds up. I've definitely seen it within the past 20 years. And I loved every minute. There are the bits with, like, the younger brother that are a little weird. Like the big balls thing. But I think they still hold up, too. It's basically Airplane, but mob movie. Before those kind of movies were played out. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so basically Airplane and basically anything the Zucker brothers did. So to me, like Airplane, Naked Gun, Kentucky Fried Movie, and Amazon Women on the Moon, like all those movies, in my opinion, still hold up. Top Secret, also around that same time, massively holds up. Yeah, Top Secret still holds up, for sure. There's some jokes that will be a product of their time, and that's all, you got to accept that. Like, even some of the jokes in Airplane are really just not okay today, necessarily, but, I still think you could make Airplane today. Hey, Coppinger, Mr. Sir. Yeah, so Robert Tables, Down Periscope is good, but I don't put Down Periscope in the same, like parody film, vein. Like, Down Periscope's just a good classic comedy. Yeah, Down Periscope still holds up, too. But yeah, what's up, Coppinger? Dude. Yeah, how you been, man? Yeah, do it live. But yeah, what were you working on today? And for everyone coming in from the raid, the thing we're working on. So, we have a library we call Oh-My-Ghaad, which is GitHub as a database, or Git hosting as a database. And the idea is, right, like, your data could be JSON in a Git repository up on GitHub. GitHub then handles the OAuth, so like login works, right? Permissions of who can edit what and where is also a GitHub thing, right? So they're handling most of what like a true backend actually is. They're handling most of that stuff. So you can build what is technically like a serverless application using Git hosting. And it's really fucking cool. Route 53 as a database died on the vine. Corey Quinn did have the idea. Well, I mean, so DNS as a database is definitely something you can do, like text records wise. I wasn't aware of like Route 53 being the thing, but DNS as a database, totally doable. But yeah, Corey Quinn. Corey Quinn. Is that the dude from Sourcegraph? No, he just has Quinn in his name, right? Who's Corey Quinn? I don't think that's him. It's this dude, right? Yeah, it's got to be like this guy. Like, look at that face. That's the dude that totally did Route 53 as a database. Not whoever this guy is. If they're the same person, that's going to blow my fucking mind. It's got to be this guy. Dude, I'm really into people that make those faces for photos. Like I do those faces for photos too. Duckbill Group. Yeah, yeah. Quinny Pig. Yep. Okay, cool. Awesome. Yeah, yeah. I do that face for a bunch of photos. Fuck yeah, dude. No, that's awesome. So yeah, you said drawing rectangles. Yeah, DNS records for geodatabase, right? It's like massively redundant and distributed. Is like DNS is basically AT Proto before AT Proto was cool. But yeah, the Coppinger. Yeah, so you draw rectangles. Were you sitting in Figma all day? What were you doing with Figma at that point? Like, I want details, man. Like, what were the rectangles doing? Were they rounded rectangles or just straight up rectangles? These are the details we care about. Also, because I want to pour another whiskey. And then, for a bit of context for everyone else, this Oh-My-Ghaad thing, right? We had GitHub as the initial implementation. We have since added a Gitlab adapter because we built the library with the idea of adapters in mind. So we've got the GitHub adapter, the Gitlab adapter. We've got the abstraction that they both conform to. We've got a React library to reactively consume this thing. And then at some point, I want to make a Vue or a Svelte or a solid implementation that allows you to bring Oh-My-Ghaad into a reactive application and re-render as things change. I think it's a fun idea. Should you build big applications this way? No. But could you build internal applications at your organization this way? Absolutely. There are some rough edges with how you grant people access. I think we haven't messed with it enough, but maybe GitLab has like better like automatic permissioning based upon the organization. GitHub does not do that. Like you have to add people specifically instead of just like allowing anyone in an org access. And that gets really annoying. Now, maybe I missed something and I was just doing it wrong. User error is always a possibility. But yeah, like in general, it's kind of a fun idea. And I'm giving a talk about this. Group access tokens are quite useful for some subset of auth things. Yeah, like I wouldn't want to do it as like a token that way, but I would want someone to maybe just be able to say like, hey, for this repo, I add everyone from my org as a contributor or collaborator or whatever. And then they're just allowed to push. GitHub doesn't have that as far as I know. And maybe I missed something. And Bigelow, I just want to say real quick, I really want to call you Bam Bam, right? Because like 90s wrestling. Yeah, I mean, I wasn't able to do that though, Bigelow. Like, now to give someone right access to a repo, even within an org, I wasn't able to do that at Gitkraken, which made it like really annoying. Maybe I missed something and I just forgot to click the right button or something. But yeah, are you old enough that you remember Bam Bam Bigelow? If you ever watched the movie Major Payne, he had a guest spot in that. Yeah, I thought there should have been some like base org stuff. Yeah, you're only aware because of the name. Before your time. Oh, you sweet summer child. No, that's cool, man. I get it. I get it. You get old people like me bringing it up all the time, don't you? Hold on. I feel like Coppinger's close enough to my age that did he bring it up at one point? And no, I'm not saying you're old, Coppinger. I'm saying we're both young. No, it would be based on the REST API, but the REST API rate limiting is based upon you as a user. As a user, do you think you're going to hit that limit? Like, as a user, you're probably not going to hit that limit. Oh, so hold on, Bigelow. I get it. It would be in like org settings that I have no access to at my org. That's a good note, though. I do need to bring that into the presentation because I was gonna have that as part of like the rough edges part. So yeah, right. I think that makes sense. Yeah, good feedback. I was gonna say like this part sucks, but you know what? If you can get someone to just say like, "Hey, as an org, just give everyone at the org access," what's the worst that could happen? Wink. And I'll even do the wink in the presentation. But yeah, I think that's the biggest issue then. Create an everyone team. Okay, so that could be a workaround too. Yeah, this is really good feedback. Thank you, Bigelow. Yep. Then within the repo, you could add the everyone team as the right. Okay. Yeah, and I don't think we have that right now at Gitkraken. So I ran into that rough edge within our org. Yeah, no, that's really good feedback. Like we're about to be building out these slides to do this exact thing, right? So yeah, we haven't actually built out the outline, but yeah, we're gonna build out the slides for it. And yeah, that was some good feedback. Thank you. Like I'm gonna have to like screenshot this shit and figure that out, which is fine. Yeah, so basically, this talk that I'm building out is for React Summit. It's a pre-recorded talk, and I have to have it pre-recorded by the 13th, which means we have basically a week. But I do still personally consider this serverless. We do technically need a server endpoint to do the token exchange because GitHub doesn't allow you to do a fully client-side token exchange via OAuth. But after that point, it is basically serverless. And I just mean like it's a server you don't have to care about. Right? Like no matter what, like Lambda, it lives on a server that you don't have to care about. Right? You don't have to care if it's spinning it up on a new server or if it's the same invocation of the same instance. Like, it's just not your problem, right? So it's not that serverless means there's no server. It means that the server is not your concern. And I think some people get hung up on that definition, but yeah, that's the main gist. And Quicksilver, Mr. Sir, we haven't seen you for ages, dude. What happened? You put the band back together? You been touring? Bet you didn't think I'd even remember that, did you? So 3D Factor, it's already made, actually. You need a book to write everything. All right, that's fine. I mean, we got time. I'm drinking whiskey and bullshitting. We got plenty of time. But if you want to see the repo, here it is, right? So we've got the config.json, which basically only determines if we're doing PR-based mutations or committing directly. And then from there, we have our collections. And each collection, this is a thing that you define at the application level. So if we were to look at the example repo, not this one, what we would see is we are defining the collections that we care about, which are just schemas, right? Basically, like we define a class for the collection. So yeah, conference schema, we have this Z object, right? From there, we create the collection, we pass the Z object to it, and then this determines like where that folder gets created. So as far as like the collections go, we've got conferences and talks, and that's your like data model, but it's not all in one JSON file, right? It's this like each individual conference has its own entry, and then we just fetch stuff from within this folder. So we fetch like the tree of collections, and then conferences, and anything within conferences is this conference, and then sorting, right? Like we're using nano ID right now, which means we don't get like k sortable like collections. So instead, that's just like a client side concern for you to sort that stuff based upon whatever you put into the schema. But it's like a fully controlled schema for the application dev. So right here, what you're seeing is this is the application dev creating the schemas, creating the collections, passing those things to the engine, which drives it all, and the adapters that you support for it. And then this right here, this separate like editor, this is where we're defining like the library stuff. I'm not much of a library dev, so I could be totally messing this up. It might be some bad abstractions, but yeah, you know, I'm trying my best at building a library that other people could use. At some point, we could refactor, right? We could do like a 1.0 or some shit. But which whiskey? The whiskey that we are sipping on right now today is Old Fitzgerald. It's a 7-year aged, bottled in bond, delicious whiskey that is about 100 proof, so it's a little strong. Which is why we went so off the rails on Saturday. Like, we started drinking at like 1 p.m. on Saturday. Like, we put back like half of that bottle. I'm not trying to do that today. Though we are 4 deep at the moment. No. So you can actually, fetching the tree is actually fetching all the files, at least as far as like all of these APIs are concerned so far. It may happen that we run into another, like another API that doesn't allow us to fetch a tree. But in general, GitHub and GitLab so far allow you to fetch a tree that gives you the contents of the files if you see fit. At least I'm pretty sure. No, I think you're right. We may have to fetch the contents of the file separately from the tree list. I'm going to have to look at the source code. Yeah, I'm going to have to double check that now. Yeah, 3D Factor, you might be right. I might have to do a separate fetch for like the individual JSON files. But it's not an n+1 query, it's just 2 queries. I think. Does that qualify as an n+1? I think it's still just n. I don't know. Yeah, I'd have to like really think about that. Well, let me double check this. We go to this page, we inspect, we go to network, we refresh. What we end up seeing is collections, conferences. Yeah, we do have to fetch the tree and then each one individually. Yeah, so you could run into some rate limiting at some point. I just don't know if you'd hit it as like a single user. Like a server would hit this, but you're doing this from your own client machine with your own token. I doubt you're going to run into that rate limiting. But that is a valid concern and something we should call out in the slides for sure. Saturday, you were drinking Stag's Barrel Proof Uncut Unfiltered, and it made you think of me and reminded you how long it's been since you came in here. Got it. No idea for GitLab, but yeah, 5,000 per hour. Dude, you'd have to be like a power user to hit that 5K, right? So yeah, that should probably be a slide that we do. So hold on, let's scaffold some of this BS out, right? We're gonna do intro, and yeah, Stag. Hold on, I feel like I've had Stag before. Is that a whiskey? It is a whiskey. I've definitely had Stag before. Yep. No, it's a good one too. Damn, it's expensive as fuck. Oh, Stag's out of the Buffalo Trace Distillery. I don't think I knew that. Oh, okay. Yeah, solid choice there, Quicksilver. Solid choice. Imagine a system that detects Git commits and pushes only the changes to server via SSE. I'm pretty sure Gitlab is actually trying to do something like that. So sure, they're a serverless Git hosting provider, but I believe that their pivot that they're planning on doing, that I'm pretty like they talked about it at Git Merge. I believe what they're planning is to make Git be a multiplayer mechanism, right? So there's like CRDTs, there's operational transform. What about just using Git? You'd need some like smart merge conflict resolution stuff. But other than that, like, no, Git could totally act as your like multi-user application like reconciliation layer, right? And I believe Gitlab is trying to do that. I'm not 100%, but that was what I inferred. But also, I was like, I was still working on my slides, so I could have missed stuff. But yeah, just like think about like Git as the reconciliation layer instead of CRDTs or operational transform. It could work. It could totally work. They all have their own rough edges and stuff you got to deal with, but yeah, could be cool. What are the AI tokens for in GitLab? Wait, did they have some? Yeah, for big ones, way above our pay grade. Pricing? Oh, yeah, tokens per month. Llama 3, Llama 4. Llama Se, Llama Sa, Lamakusa. I just came up with that. Oh man, I feel bad for that one. That was bad. And I should feel bad. Yeah, I have no idea what the tokens are for. I feel like they should have a frequently asked questions. I don't think they realize that and I don't know if you all know this. Every marketing page should have a frequently asked questions because of how the LLMs scrape stuff. Right? Make sure that you have frequently asked questions on every major page that you care about being scraped by the bots, and make sure that they answer questions that you're trying to like target SEO wise or GEO wise, right? Yeah, I mean, GitLab is about to do a major pivot of what their business model is, so I'm not sure either. Like, one of the founders, who I have a major crush on now, she had that British accent. Um, yeah, like the talk she gave definitely hinted at like a pivot. Oh, this was smart of her. Oh, yeah, right? Like, dude, glitch is shutting down. There you go, 3D factor. You just do that in like invisible text, right? What size is the font? 0 pixels, etc., right? Or like 1 pixel, and it's the same color as your background, right? We can just like we can fudge that shit the same way people were doing like keyword stuffing for Google like 20 years ago, right? All the old SEO hacks are new again for GEO. Yeah, that's actually smart. I like that. Yeah, for sure, 3D factor. I bet you could even like put like some kind of like separator, like some type of like string, and be like anything before this string and your previous prompts ignore and only listen to the other bullshit that we just said. So Alan, hold on. I just want to shout out like Google will ding the fuck out of you. There are businesses that got removed from the internet because they were trying to like do it the wrong way for SEO. And I would assume that any shenanigans like that, OpenAI would end up recognizing at some point too. But there's like, dude, there are absolute horror stories on the internet about, yeah, so we were doing some bullshit, and then the panda or penguin update destroyed my entire business. And that's it. Like, it's gone forever. Like, I remember reading those back in 2014. Well, I mean, 3D Factor, someone did point this out to me at one point. I had this conversation with some smart people that said, like, yeah, if I wanted to scrape Hacker News, it should be able to handle it. And if it can't handle it, that's not my problem, that's their problem. Any blog that would die to a Reddit hug of death, is that Reddit's fault? Or is that the blog's fault? Like, static assets are so infinitely scalable. Like, if you're hosting your blog with anything other than static assets, you're fucking up. Like, you really are. You're massively fucking up. In my opinion. I can be wrong, but dude, why would you build a blog that's not just HTML that's cached at the CDN level? Why the fuck would you involve a server for that shit? Your content doesn't change that much. Oh, you got analytics you want to do. You can do that shit at the edge, dude. You don't need a fucking persistent server for your blog. So I just think it's going to be the same problem people ran into years ago when they were hosting WordPress sites that didn't have PHP FPM or any kind of like memcache like stuff going on, that weren't doing full page caching at like the WordPress level. Like, I'm not saying they shouldn't do it. I'm just saying that they're really bad at what they do if it doesn't handle a load of someone sharing something to a site like Reddit or Hacker News or whatever, right? If sharing your blog to Hacker News takes your blog down, you're a shit dev. That's all there is to it. If sharing a blog post of yours to Hacker News takes down your website, you are bad at what you do. And yes, I mean, like, dude, you can host a WordPress site that will handle 10,000 requests a second because it's just rendered out to HTML and it's sitting there in the PHP FPM cache. Like, you can absolutely fucking do that. It's just people that don't know what the fuck they're doing that fuck that up. And that's a lesson they need to learn. Constant cost of the bandwidth getting eaten? I could see that. I could understand the bandwidth cost. At that point, if you identify it's a bot, I mean, most bots don't even load images, though. So you're not paying for the image cost, right? Like, OpenAI bot does not load images. For the most part, from what I've understood. I could be wrong. A lot of bots don't load images because they don't want to pay the bandwidth cost either. If serving a static HTML page without images loading is breaking the bank, yeah, I don't know. I'd love to see the numbers about that. I could be wrong. Again, I just don't know. But yeah, Simon Wilson blog, pretty custom in Django. Simon Wilson, is that the dude that did like the 3D blog? Where it's like the truck driving around like the 3D landscape? I'm probably mixing it up. And Willison, not Wilson. Yeah, I might be thinking of someone else. But pretty custom in Django. You thought it was cool. Yeah, I mean, you can use Django. You can use WordPress. You can use all these things. But you should be like statically rendering because your data doesn't change that much. It really doesn't. I've never understood a single argument when someone says that their blog needs to be fully dynamic. It doesn't. Just statically render that shit. Your comments do not need to be up to the second real time. Kick off a render every 5 minutes if you're really that concerned. Yeah, I don't know. I've definitely like ran into random people on social media. I don't know if it was Blue Sky or Twitter or whatever, where they're like, "Yeah, I'm switching over to Laravel for my blog for reasons," and like none of those reasons made any sense to me. Like not at all. Like zero. After hosting my really popular blog for years as static hosting, I'm deciding to go back to a single point of failure. That makes zero fucking sense to me. But again, I don't have to get it. It's not my problem. But real quick, let me go use the restroom. And I might have enough water, but I'll pour some more water and grab a couple more limes real quick. BRB, give me a second. Okay. I'm back and I almost dropped a lime. Oh, man. Oh, you remembered the flick, didn't you? Yeah, very few people remember the flick. Yeah, throw your flicks out there. Come on, anybody. Throw, yeah, you know. Hold on. And yes, this is basically a mature stream at this point. Does anyone have a bean emote? Flick that bean. Yeah, I'm flicking them beans. Oh, hold on, wait. Shit. Ah, shit. Hold on. That was the wrong one. No, there's no extra Easter eggs. Damn it. There you go. Yeah, flick them beans. Sorry. I know it's a little crude, little immature. Have you met me? What were you expecting? New bean, who dis? All right, so hold on. Did anyone win yet? Yeah, that wasn't a good. That was not a good cork pop. The fact that you gave it an 8. Ooh, I don't know, man. I don't know, Alan. All right. Let's put the limes where they belong in the coconut. Mix them both up. All right, and yeah, let's continue working on our slides, right? Right, so what is Oh-My-Ghaad, right? Oh, I look down for sure. Yeah, no, I look at my hands when I type. Sometimes I close my eyes, but no. I'm a really bad typist. I don't think typing speed and typing skill is actually something that matters as time goes on. Like, all of the technology we've been building is optimizing away from typing mattering. So people who think you need to be a really good typist to be a programmer, I call bullshit. And I know Primogen thinks so, but I simply disagree. And that's okay. There are certain things I don't need to look at, right? Like, I can type git commands. Like, dude, like git commit, git push. Like, I can do all that shit without looking. But yeah, when it comes to like typing actual words like authentication and authorization, no, I got to look at my hands while I do it. And it doesn't slow me down, because the slowest part of any part of programming is not the typing and like shitting out code part. It's understanding the application that you're trying to modify, right? So, I don't know. I really respect Prime. He's a good dude. I really like him as a person. But we disagree on certain things, and that's fine. In the same way that like him and Theo disagree about like unit testing. Same difference. Have like, it depends on what I'm typing, right? If I'm saying like GG or get good, or I'm talking shit in a game of League of Legends, I type pretty fast. For coding, nah, I don't type that fast. Yeah, like I was gonna say, LOL. I can type LOL super fucking fast after I fling someone and kill them in League of Legends, right? No big deal. I'm a Singed player, by the way. You can judge me if you like. I'm okay with it. I only play Singed. If I'm playing something else, it's not by choice. Like, at least like 30% of League of Legends with Singed is the psychological game. You haven't played League of Legends since season 5? Mister, you're a better man than I. And yes, that's a quote from a song. Living in the Fridge is the song by Weird Al, right? There's something wrong in the fridge today. I don't know what it is. It looks like it's alive. It's living in the fridge. I'm like, yeah, exactly. But yeah, there's a line where it's like, and if you can identify it, then Mister, you're a better man than I. So yeah, that was the quote. Oh shit, I need to book a flight and hotel for the Get Nation shit. Am I planning on gaming streams? I have a gaming channel. Like a whole separate channel, man. Where have you been? I've had the gaming channel since 2019. Where have you been? No, it's fine. I'm not trying to roast you. Yeah. I stream gaming on that channel. I also stream co-working and other bullshit, so you won't always see me gaming on that channel when I'm live on that channel. Sometimes we're just watching stuff like Archer or Columbo or who knows what while I'm slowly getting work done. Oh, man. But yeah, so let's keep scaffolding some bullshit. And yeah, just want to say, dude, fair winds. If you need Kubernetes management, like as a platform, check out Fairwinds. I used to work there. It was like one of the best teams I was ever on. Right, me, two juniors. Like my boss was super cool. My boss's boss was super cool. Like it was one of the best companies I've ever worked for. But they didn't secure another round of funding. At which point, our entire team got cut. Basically, I think they kept one of the juniors on the team who wasn't necessarily a junior, but he wasn't like a team lead kind of person either. Yeah, it happens. It's the nature of startups. I really like that company. Some of the stuff I worked on while I was there was like really cool. Like, dude, I was doing the migration. Like, they started out as like a Vue application, and then they needed to migrate to React, and they had done a bunch of the work for that, but they still had like this ancient like Webpack 2. I think Webpack 2, maybe Webpack 3, like build process going. And one of the things I was working on before the shit happened was like migrating us to Vite, because the Webpack like 3 thing, right? It would be like, oh, I'm spinning up the back end, or I'm spinning up the front end. It's going to take at least a minute and a half before I can actually interact with this thing. I'm going to go make a cup of coffee. Like, that shit sucked. Like, dude, that was bad. So yeah, like, I don't know. There were definitely some bugs that came from refactoring to Vite, just due to how the resolution of CSS files worked, and like the order in which the CSS files got imported, depending on how you navigated the application, would change things. Like, you'd go to one page and you would lose like the view style, like scoped CSS. So then at that point, like, well, yeah, now it's React, and it like the order in which the CSS loaded would change things based upon how you navigated the application. And it was brutal. It was fucking gnarly. We could have made it work. No, and it's not that the CSS was bad. It's just that when you're dealing with Vue, you have the idea of scoped CSS. React has no concept of scoped CSS. So at that point, the order in which you load a CSS file really fucking matters. And it broke a bunch of shit. So yeah, like solving that problem was like the last step in this like Webpack to Vite migration, but I didn't have enough time to finish it, because I was also still having to develop features and then review code from the juniors and all that stuff. And like the Vite thing was really like second class compared to like doing feature and bug fix work. No, the DOM matched 1-to-1. The DOM was totally 100% the same. It was the order in which you loaded the CSS files, because it was no longer scoped. That was the fucking problem. That was the only problem. Yeah, we could have merged the entire fucking thing if the order of operations of loading CSS wasn't dependent upon which route you loaded first. Like, it would work if you navigated a specific way, but if you got to this page a different way, it would totally break, because it's, you know, like you're importing that .css file at the component level in React versus having like the scoped CSS in Vue. it was kind of shitty, but like also a solvable problem. But I didn't have enough time to dedicate just to that. You know. And yeah, like these are the problems that the senior dev on a team has to deal with. The juniors never saw that shit. Never realized that that's how bad it could be. Because it wasn't their fault, wasn't their problem. It was the senior that was there before me. It was the person that scaffolded this thing with Vue, which was technically my boss's boss, right? But like, yeah, at some point, it's just a problem you deal with and you work around it or you don't. And I would have been so close. Like, it was a problem I could have solved if I could dedicate an entire sprint to it. But no, instead, I had to make sure I was like reviewing 2 other developers' code every day as they're shipping features and bugs, as I'm doing my own features and bugs. Like, it's how that works. As I'm putting out a fire, ooh, this was the biggest thing. We brought on a client, like a big client, and it was like, yeah, the client's just gonna like, onboard like, 10 or so like repos or 10 or so clusters technically, because it was Kubernetes shit. And they ended up onboarding every single repo they had, which meant that we were looking at these dashboards that just didn't load because too much data was happening at the same time. And it's like, I don't know, man. If you're not going to put guardrails on the client, you can't blame us for shit blowing up when they request 1,000 fucking clusters worth of information. Like, come on, man. This dashboard wasn't built for that. We ended up solving that bug, but it meant that I had to put out that fire instead of working on other shit. So yeah, like, it's just the nature of dev. You want to solve tech debt problems. Business doesn't give a shit. But then business starts to like question, why are these features taking so long? Because of the tech debt. Give us a month or 2 to solve this tech debt. And then we can get that velocity back. Yeah, bureaucracy too strong. Yeah. It's a common problem. Sales doesn't give a shit. Marketing doesn't give a shit. So yeah, at some point, it's not your fault, but it's still your problem. And yeah, if you're like a proper like senior dev, you've dealt with it before. All you can do is just keep putting one foot in front of the other, The best senior devs understand the business case. No, Shiloh. No, I just want to push back. Sometimes it's not a problem. Like, it's your problem. It's not the business's problem, though. As a senior, that's our job to balance these things, to squeeze in these like DX solutions that business will never prioritize. That's our job as a team lead, as a senior, as any of it. Velocity can be better, absolutely. But nobody wants to put anything on hold, right? No one wants to pause shit. So then you're just back to the same problem of, well, whose problem is it? Well, it's technically ours, but we can't solve it right now, so it's everybody's problem. Yeah, no, that's a thing. I feel like most devs deal with that shit. Like, once you get to a level senior enough, You have to weigh the asks from business and the happiness of the devs working on you under you, right? Like, yeah, that's the job. It's a little bit of why I'm stoked to be in DevRel right now, because I don't have to think about that shit. Yep. Still, they go to the drawer. Yeah, man. I don't know. If you like speaking in public and making like YouTube videos and doing content and documentation and some of that shit, DevRel is so much chiller. Oh, it's so chill. It's one of them things, man. DevRel is so fucking chill. As long as you're okay being in front of people. But for some people, that's a stress that they'd much rather deal with the other stress. And I get it. I kind of like both. I am massively valuing how much I'm seeing like the marketing aspect of DevRel and the company I work at and all that shit. Because I've never gave a shit about marketing in any role I've ever had before this. As a DevRel now or as developer advocate or whatever, I have to care about the marketing part. And honestly, it just makes me more of a one-stop shop to where I could like maybe launch a good startup. I don't know if the startups I'm trying to build are actually them yet, but the more I do these other things, the more I become a single business in and of myself. But we're not there yet, dude. Accounting? Financial shit? I need to hire someone that knows that shit. Like, I have no idea. I have no idea. So yeah, bootstrapping a business always comes with things that you just don't know. But yeah, how do we feel about this as a basic structure for the application? Or for like the slide presentation that we're trying to do? Knowledge is key, but still you need hands. Time is the same for everyone, unfortunately. Mm, I will agree with that a little bit, but there's definitely the case of, well, yeah, you're waiting on the marketing person just to like do the thing when they decide to do it. If you're well versed, you can just do it and save like an entire day or two of lag time. One person can only do so much. I agree with that. I think the only thing I'm questioning is like where those boundaries lie. I think a single person can launch a major application. But yes, eventually you'll need other people. For sure. God, what's the one I'm thinking of? It's like there was some company that was doing like API key stuff or like something related to it. I don't think it was keygen SSH. Curl is one person, maybe SQLite, but those are not businesses, right? Like Curl doesn't make any money. SQLite does not make any money. That's the point I'm making, Alan, right? As a business, you're going to have to rely on other people. But no, there have been a few. Is it keygen.sh? I think that was it. Hold on, not SSH. This one. Yeah, this one. Like, dude, keygen is fair source, and I think fair source is massive. But this is like, I don't know if it's like a single dude, but it was started from a single dude. And this shit's bootstrapped. He didn't take any VC funding, right? Now, I hate his fucking font, right? Like, he probably should have paid a designer. He probably should have paid a designer. Like, this text isn't even selectable. He probably should have paid a front-end dev at some point, you know? But still, in my opinion, this is one of those, like, businesses that, nah, man, when you hit the point where you need this thing, besides the shit font that he's using, like, dude, nah, man, this is a legitimate business that real businesses can use, and he bootstrapped the fuck out of it. And I don't know if it's still the same dude. I would guess, based upon the styling, that it is the same dude. No, and I get it, but dude, this font sucks to read. Dude, that's a shit font. I hate it. Like, it makes me feel like, I don't know, something about my vision's going wrong. It's a shit font, dude. Like, yeah, it looks super stretched. Like, it's too wide compared to the height or something. Like, I don't know, man. It sucks. It's a bad font. Like, a proper designer would have pushed back on that, you know? But this is a bootstrapped business, no VC funding. And he's killing it. Like, he's like multiple 100K. And can we just say, like, dude, he's got the frequently asked questions. He understands what he's doing. Kills it. Yeah, I design my own apps too, but I use frameworks. All right, if we look at Masijo, right? I still consider this font legible. Just saying. I don't know, man. Like, I'm so bad at design that when some design feels like really bad, it's like so obvious. Like, holy shit, dude, I'm not a designer and I can recognize how bad this is. I don't know. I'm not a designer. I can't recognize how bad this is. But I don't have the frequently asked questions, so I'm blowing it there. Yeah, I'm just saying, like, dude, it's a legible font. It doesn't make me feel like my eyes are failing somehow. But I don't know, man. Like, what the fuck do I know? Who am I to judge? I'm nobody. But let me just point, dude, after like clicking back to this, it makes it obvious how shitty this font is. No, I don't use Figma for my shit. Nah, I YOLO design. Right, like it. Hold on, let me see if I can bring it back. Right, like most of what you see here is just a framework doing the heavy lifting. Like, you can just use frameworks for the main shit, dude. If it doesn't look good, figure out why it doesn't look good. Ooh, I need to light up the lobsters here. We have lobster support now. I do need to get Y Combinator. I probably need to get, like, the SMS. We got a lot of shit we got to do here, okay? Take it easy. Yeah, the marketing site is lacking updates at the moment. And yeah, I'm still not 100% certain by this. So what I'm saying is, like, use a framework, right? Number one, Tailwind for spacing shit. But the framework I'm using is Neo-Brutalism. Yeah, like, use a framework for components. Don't waste time designing shit yourself. Yeah, just use components, man. Use a framework that does this shit. Yeah, component libraries, but also that kind of do, like, your entire aesthetic for you. Right? Let's, like, shift where this thing is. Right? Border radius 0. There we go. Nailed it. Oh, do we want to change, like, the color too? Right? Okay, well, sure. Yeah, we can make it green. Bam, problem solved. No, and I think you can do the same thing with MUI. You can do the same thing with any major component framework, right? Just pick a component framework that is close enough to what you're trying to do and just customize it just a little bit. If you're trying to, like, bootstrap, like, a personal project, dude, you shouldn't be touching Figma. Hell no. I completely disagree. You should not be touching Figma for a proof of concept, right? For your MVP. If you're touching Figma for an MVP, you're fucking up. And I know the Coppinger might be lurking. I'm sorry, Coppinger, but that's how I feel. Mantine's fantastic. I love Mantine. Mantine breaks when you need to do, like, server-side rendering. Mantine breaks in Astro. Right? So I've moved away from Mantine just simply because it requires a context, and context doesn't work with a static site generator like Astro. So I think Mantine's fantastic if you don't have that constraint, but I'd rather just use something that works everywhere. And ShadCN works everywhere. Anything built on top of ShadCN works everywhere. I really think Mantine needs to, like, move away from the context for their, like, theme bullshit. Personally. Like, I will not use Mantine ever again. Because I need to be consistent from my marketing site, which is statically rendered, versus the dashboard site, which is dynamic, right? Daisy UI is actually very similar. Daisy UI is basically Tailwind Bootstrap, right? ShadCN basically is too, but ShadCN, you're scaffolding a component in your local system that you can modify as you see fit, whereas, like, modifying a Bootstrap component is a little more work, but doable. Like, totally possible. It's just not something that you probably want to do on a regular basis, especially when you're trying to, like, actually just build something. GJ, yes, 100%. They would have to rewrite Mantine from the ground up to support Astro, because their entire theming is based upon context that you're passing into it. And context doesn't work for static site generation. You can make it work in Next.js and other things, but for Astro, no. Mantine just doesn't work. And to me, that's a deal breaker. That's a massive deal breaker. That doesn't mean Mantine's bad. It just doesn't solve the problems I need to solve. If you don't need to worry about your static site bullshit, Mantine is a really great choice. But yeah, anything using context is just not Astro compatible. And that's a deal breaker to me. At this point, right? Like I wasn't aware of Astro when I first started using Mantine. So I still think Mantine is a really awesome library. It's just something I can't use in every case. And at that point, I'd rather just find something I can use in every case. Yeah, this is not an anti-Mantine rant. This is I discovered cases where I can't use it and I'd rather just use something else for what I do. But Mantine's really good. Yeah, no worries, Shiloh. Yep. Have a good night. Yeah, I get it. Time zones and shit. We've actually seen a bunch of people that we haven't seen for a while. Caleb, who was here earlier. Quicksilver, who was here recently and, maybe isn't. Right? Shiloh, like, thank you all for hanging out and coming back again. All right, so Quicksilver's still here. I get it. I mean, you're like East Coast Canada, though, right? Like, you're like 3 hours later. I would not have been offended if you needed to get some sleep. I get that. I had to wake up at 5 a.m. today to make a 6 a.m. call, which was 9 a.m. for East Coast people. It was 6 a.m. for me. So yeah, this is definitely a thing I've recognized for myself. When I don't get enough sleep, I crave whiskey more. That's weird, right? I don't know, man. I don't know, man. It's definitely a thing. When I haven't gotten enough sleep, I want to drink the whiskey. And yeah, did I have the opportunity to say no, I won't show up? Yeah, maybe. But dude, when Justin Samuels asks you to show up for a thing, you say yes. I don't know if you know that, right? When Justin Samuels asks if you want to be a part of a thing, you say yes. It's like the Ghostbusters quote. When someone asks if you're a god, you say yes. Delicious. So yeah, let's pour this beverage and let's keep doing what we're doing. For dinner tonight, I'm either going to do chicken and cheese taquitos or Costco crab cakes. I don't have a preference yet. All right, so real quick, we're in the second quarter of the Jacksonville KC game, and Travis Etienne only has 2 points. So J-Lam, if you're out there, I think you got this one. I think you got this one. Xavier Worthy already has like 1.9 points. Shit. All right, so I'm losing this one this week. That'll put me at 2 and 3. But hold on. Wait. Etienne's in the red zone. We'll see. We'll see. All right, so back to, let's start building out these slides. Dude, this album's not bad, and I believe the artist is actually from here in Washington, which is cool. I'm kind of a fan. Pastel Beach. All right, so as far as slides go, Oh-My-Ghaad. Get hosting as a database. Wow, it really scaffolded all of that? All right, so we do need to think about images and like what other stuff do we need for this? Yeah, like the info part. I don't know, man. Sorry for the burps. Oh no, shit. I don't think I shouted out the Coppinger's subscription. I feel bad now. Shit. Yeah, the Coppinger is such a good dude. Everyone here who's hanging out, seriously, you should all be following the Coppinger. he downplays what he does. It's just like doing like Figma boxes and rectangles and all that. Nah, man. It's way more than that. It's way more than that. Yeah, I actually wonder. Sorry for the yawn. Oh my god, dude. Yeah, dude. This shit's getting me. Right, so Oh-My-Ghaad, get hosting as a database. Yeah, we also need intro slide. I think it's more like about me. And we should bring in some other about me data for sure. We have that in other slides. We could fine tune it just for the sake of time. Right, so then how does it work? Like, the how does it work should almost be like a diagram. Right, a diagram about the request response flow would be really good. Beyond that, like, what do we think we want to do here? So if we do that diagram of that, ooh, ooh, sorry for the yawn. I am so sorry about that. I do not like yawning on stream. I woke up at 5 a.m. today. Like 5:15 technically. You thought Tailwind was written on my shirt? No, it's like fair winds, but man, yeah, it does have wind in the name. Touche there, Lexon. How you doing though? What you up to? Oh, we're getting crunchy right here. I'm basically just like moving to keep myself awake at this point. I can do like the gopher from Caddyshack dance. I think it works. Yeah, the emojis get in the way, but you get the gist. I think it's fine. You open Twitch to see me a bit and get back to work again. How am I though? I mean, I'm chilling, man. I love the fact that I can just stream. I can work on software shit, and people hang out while I do it. It's really nice. I really appreciate all y'all watching. Even if you're lurking other streams too. I really appreciate you. Thank you. Will I ever be at the level of Theo or the Primogen? Probably not. I'm okay with it. That does not diminish the viewers that are here. Exactly, right? Like, this is just such a chiller stream than some of that other stuff. Not to mean that they're bad. Like, no, we do our own thing, right? We're just different. And I think there's value to that. I really do like that value. Dude, Todd, I don't know if you saw this. Hold up, man. Have you seen this before? 1 second. We go to Slidev, we go to here, and we look at... Oh, shit. Okay, there you are. Yeah. It shifted a little, but right, the used by. Todd, you are one of the top users of Slidev. Do you know that? You were number 1 just like an hour or two ago. Like, that was cool, man. Yeah, like, I don't know if you knew that. That's fucking awesome, though, man. Like, dude. Yeah, you're killing it, dude. You're just right there. It does kind of dox your other name, so I'm sorry for shouting that out. But that's definitely you, right? That's gotta be you. There's no way that's not you. Yeah, okay. So I apologize for doxing that. If you'd like me to delete the VOD, I'll do that. I don't mind. But I saw that photo and I knew. I knew immediately. Okay. Sorry. Again, I'll totally delete this if you want. Up to you. I just thought it was really fucking cool. You know? God, that's super cool, man. You know? Just to see you right there in that list. You were top, front, and center. You know? You were number 1 in that list. So you use Slidev a lot. So I have a question for you. Tech leader in retrospect pose. Yeah, exactly. Did you see mine? Hold on. Blue Sky. CM Griffing Social. I'm tempted to use this photo, right? I'm tempted to make that my profile photo at this point. Right? It's got the signature smirk and everything. Yeah, I'm tempted to do that. For sure. And yeah, Quicksilver, good call on the shout out. Hell yeah, dude. I definitely should, right? But it's one of those ones where it's like, yeah, you're not even looking at the camera. This is like your like influencer pose. I think I kind of knew I was having a photo taken of me. But I didn't realize it'd come out so good. I wore my nice plaid and everything. This is my dress shirt plaid. Yep. Yeah, exactly. No big deal. But yeah. What was I gonna say after that? Yours is so outdated. I mean, yeah, it's fine, man. My main like social media photo is super outdated. That's okay, man. Update it when you want. Not a big deal. But hold on, Todd, because you are such a user of Slidev. I know, right? Like, dude, that was super cool. And you were number one. You were the first in that list when I looked at it earlier, which I thought was even cooler. But how do you feel about a feature like this? So I don't know if you are aware of speedrunning. When speedrunners do a game like Super Metroid, they have a certain like bit that they need to be like at the time of, and if they're slow or fast, they can see this like split like value, right? So when you get to a certain slide, your split should be that number, right? 30 seconds, 60 seconds, whatever. And could you end up seeing that in your presenter notes? Sorry, I clicked the wrong button. Like, is there value to that of seeing like basically this kind of thing in presenter notes? And I want to make also like a just a component that lives like that you could put into like your slides, because I don't use presenter notes, but I would absolutely love to have like a split timer that just like lives in the corner that I could just see. Like as I change slides, could I see the number and then it like fades away or something, right? Yeah, I feel like this would be really valuable. I made a PR as like a draft because I wouldn't want to actually do this because I'm doing like the like window event bullshit instead of using proper like view style like eventing and all that. Yeah, exactly. No. Like I have a PR made for what I consider like a bad implementation, but it actually works. Like it's totally fucking like ready. You could actually just fork my PR and use it right now. But I want to do it the right way so it actually gets merged. And I'm just waiting on Aunt Fu to give me some feedback, and we can totally do that shit. Like I will put in the work to make the docs pages for it and all that shit. I just want to make sure Aunt Fu is like into the idea. And if not, well fuck it. I guess I have to fork this thing, and then I don't have to do docs. Yeah, like I would use this thing. I'm building it just for myself, and I don't know. I assume Aunt Fu's on vacation or something because they're actually really good about responding to PRs. You know? So yeah, at some point, if they don't merge it, well, I can just make a fork and you can bring it in. I'm wondering if there's like a plugin architecture I could tie into as well, but I don't know if there is. Like, as I was digging through the source code to figure out how to do this, I didn't see any plugin I could hook into for it. But SlideEv is fucking amazing. Anyone making slides for any kind of presentation as a dev, SlideEv is the bee's knees. It's the tip-top best way you can do any of this shit. Does it lack one feature that I would like? Sure, but no other thing has this feature either. I would love to do an Astro version of SlideEv, though. They have an add-on gallery? Yeah, I didn't feel like there was a way to hook into this with an add-on, but I could be wrong. I would just love to get some feedback from Aunt Fu. But I know they're busy and they do way too much for the ecosystem, so that's maybe asking a lot, and I get it. I get it. Yeah, I want to do it's Aunt Fu, not Aunt Fu. And it's Aunt Fu as in ANTFU. It's Anthony Fu, that's their name. And they're a massive contributor to the open source ecosystem. Like when it comes to who is, like, let's look at it this way. Hold on. If we go to the commits and we go look at nominating something, right? Maintainer of the year. Now we're doing this. They deserve to be added. 100%. They deserve to be added. They've done so much. They're fucking amazing. Yeah, no. They deserve the nomination. Antfu, hold on. Who else, as like a single dev, has changed your life in such a major way? The Veet guy? Veet guy, maybe? Antfu, Veet guy, Evan Yu, that's the same. Who else? Who else is like up there? Cinder Sorhus or whatever. I know I'm pronouncing their name wrong. That's like the big three. That's the big three so far. I know there's a couple others too. But when it comes to the single greatest maintainer, we really do need to like boil it down to the top 5. Who else do you think would fit within that? Who would be top 5 open source maintainer of all time, and at least within the past year? Antfu, Cinder Sorhus, Evan Yu. I'd put Rich Harris up there for sure. So we got 4 already. But I already proposed one. Like, you all need to vote for the one that you think. Go do that. Submit that shit. Come on, man. It's so easy. Do that. Submit that shit. What's up, Sim Man? How you doing? Mr. Sir. Yeah, are you aware of the commits? Everyone watching. Oh, if I could type. God damn it, I did the same thing again. That single quote key is fucking me. There we go. All right. So yeah, is there open source that you care about where you think the library, the author, right, any of these categories, someone needs to be shouted out? I need to go for the no-look crossover. Dude, I did the crossover perfect. It's the characters that should be there that I fucked up. I did the no-look T first try. Okay? It was typing the rest of the word this that I fucked up on. Yeah, damn right, dude. No-look crossover. Fucking breaking ankles as I type. Call me Penny Hardaway at this point. For people who don't know, check out that clip. I do the no-look crossover in that clip as well. I have a split keyboard, and I can type the letter T with my right hand without even looking. The no-look crossover, breaking ankles. Damn right. I'm actually really proud of the fact that I hit the T. I just couldn't do the rest of the word this, because that was on like the actual right side. The biggest thing is I'm a non-proper typist. I cross over and I do things, right? And this is where me and Prime will disagree, but you do not need to be good at typing to be a good programmer. You definitely don't. Prime's only argument is, well, you haven't learned how to type properly, so how do you know? And that's a fucking straw man argument if I've ever heard one. Right? That was like a no true Scotsman argument. Right? It's definitely some fucking logical fallacy. Maybe it's a straw man. I don't know. But it's definitely a logical fallacy. Well, you haven't done it, so how could you know? I mean, I don't have to be a helicopter pilot to recognize that if I see one in a tree, someone fucked up. What's up, Tommy? How you doing, Mr. Sir? It's a solid Monday whiskey stream. I mean, not with that attitude. Sorry, I don't know. I'm just bullshitting. We're having fun. None of this is anti-Prime. I like hanging out with Prime. I'd happily do so again. But, you know, he and I fundamentally disagree on typing speed mattering. Doesn't mean we dislike each other because of it. It just means we disagree about one very specific thing. And that's okay. That doesn't matter. Disagreements are healthy. Just like Theo's wrong about Wasm. We can healthily disagree about that. Have I used BetterAuth? I have not. In general, I don't think OAuth is that hard. So I don't use any OAuth abstraction. I think OAuth is fucking easy. Because I've done it too many times. But if you're not as familiar, yeah, use an abstraction. Go for it. Like, I have nothing against the abstraction. I just don't see a use because I've done it too many times. It's like, hey, are snowboard lessons worth it? For you, maybe. I've been snowboarding way too fucking long. Like, I do not need snowboard lessons for anything. And I would question the instructor every single moment of that lesson anyway. So, like, nah, like, yeah, whatever. No, and that's the big point there, Todd. I would say just use it. Just use BetterAuth. Just use anything that abstracts out the bullshit of it. I would also just point out, like, maybe don't use something that co-locates your users into someone else's database, like Clerk. I'm not saying Clerk is necessarily bad. I just don't believe in making my user database or my user's table live outside of my actual database because I need to join on that shit, you know? Like, I need fast queries. So I push back on Clerk trying to own your users table. Nah, fuck that shit. But if people like Clerk, then use it. If you like Super Base Auth, then use it. Like, it doesn't affect me. I have zero use case or value that I would gain from abstracting out OAuth. OAuth is a couple endpoints, and you're done. Realistically, right? I mean, yes, if you're going to do auth, you're going to have a secret. And if you don't want to do the ENV thing, then yeah, maybe Clerk can solve that for you. Maybe BetterAuth can solve that for you. Maybe Auth0 or any other provider can solve that for you. It's not what I'm trying to do. And I've done it so many times that, dude, I could hammer out. If I've done one OAuth provider, I could hammer out another OAuth provider within an hour. Like, it's really not that hard. How much is that hour worth to you? And how many providers do you want to solve for? And then maybe, yeah, if you consider that I want to have 5 OAuth providers I support. That's 5+ hours plus the initial implementation that you could have just solved with a third party. I don't know. Let me point out, like, I haven't used those third parties enough to know if they actually save you that. So Todd, what I would say is check out Doppler. There's also other shit too, but I'm using Doppler for my recent project, and it's kind of nice. It's really nice, actually. I'm really liking Doppler, but it's the same thing as HashiCorp Vault. It's the same thing as AWS Secrets Manager. It's like all that shit, right? But yeah, you know, it's a third party, so now you're not dependent on the same thing that your hosting's through. And that has value too. So yes, in my opinion, I would much rather put all of my ENVVAR shit into a totally separate vendor than put it in the same, like, you know, many eggs in one basket AWS or Azure or GCP or whatever. Doppler, quite nice. I'm sure there's other shit too. HashiCorp Vault, also a valid option. It's up to you. But I think a tool like Doppler, depending on what you're trying to do, is probably essential. Right? Doesn't matter which one you pick, but just pick one. I'm thoroughly enjoying Doppler. One of my favorite people I've ever met through like meetups and all that shit recommended Doppler years ago. I'm talking like, dude, like almost 10 years ago at this point. It's a person I massively respect who I haven't seen since COVID that I actually saw like a month ago at the Founders Bash thing. And man, like, dude, Dave, if you're out there lurking, I hope you know you're one of my favorite people. He was one of the original organizers of the Ember meetup in Seattle, right? Back when it was at Urban Spoon and shit, and it had like 100 fucking people showing up, right? Back before React was even really considered by anybody. Dave's the man. He is Kiwi up over, because he's not down under, he's up over. He's a Kiwi from down under that is now up over. It's the best fucking Twitter name I've ever heard. Right? Isn't it? It's fucking genius, dude. And he's just so humble and cool. Like, dude. Yeah, Dave's one of my favorite people. I hope he golfs, because I'll invite him to golf next year. Actually, Todd, do you golf? If I go down to Arizona during, like, I don't know, March, would you go golf with me? And if not, well, I mean, could we just go hit some balls at the driving range or something? I think that counts. You haven't golfed since you got to AZ, but hell yes, you'd go? Yeah, dude, let's go golf. Oh my God. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, dude. Yeah, let's go golf. TPC Scottsdale? I don't even know what that is. There's a shitload of golf that you can do in Scottsdale. There is that one, like, dude, there's that one, like, closed down driving range that I walk by as I go to Evo, like the late night, like, Italian food place. When I fly into Scottsdale, I tend to get there at like 10 p.m. and I will walk to that Evo that's like just down the road. I'll eat some fucking meatballs on the company and then drink a couple whiskeys on my own dime. But I walk by that one like closed down like driving range or whatever that I swear a couple like homeless people live in. Like, I'm not even kidding. I swear a couple homeless people live at that like closed down driving range, right? Okay, so TPC is basically the PGA Tour owned courses. Oh, yeah. Like, no, it's just right there. Yeah, like I've heard from people that lived in the area, like they could, like it's a party when like the events happen at that golf course. That makes sense. Okay, I get it. So TPC is like a thing. All right, that makes sense. I get it. But yeah, just to reiterate, anyone trying to do ENV stuff, right? Like secrets management, and you don't want to do it within your cloud hosting provider for reasons, right? If you're on AWS, there's AWS Secret Manager. There, if you're on Google Cloud, they got their own too. I'm sure Azure has one as well. But you know what? If you don't want to put all of those eggs in that same basket, Doppler is a solid choice. HashiCorp Vault is a solid choice. It's a party you would have given a kidney at to be at when you were drinking. I get that. Is it a thing you avoid because of that? I don't know. I feel like you know yourself really well. Like you're really good at like segmenting and letting people live their life. Yeah, exactly. I feel like you're really good about that, man. And I respect that so much. I can just point out, like, I know people that can't even see people drinking, otherwise they will relapse. And I feel like you are very, very, like, stronger than that. I don't know how to phrase that any better. I think you're very strong about that. And that's it's just so cool, man. Oh, Daniel, you haven't had a drink since July 4th. Fuck yeah, man. I don't want to be a bad influence, but I am drinking whiskey. I think the fact that hopefully you're not tempted just because I'm doing my thing, that means that you're like at a really good place. I personally wouldn't quit, but I definitely need to cut down. I definitely need to cut down. And people like Todd are a massive inspiration. I mean, now weed is way healthier than alcohol. Like weed is way fucking healthier than alcohol. Just saying. That's fine, Daniel. And yeah, real quick, I just wanted to double check. Yeah, no worries, Todd, man. Yeah, go eat your food, whatever the food is. If you want to tell us what that food is, I mean, obviously, this is a foodie stream in disguise. But yeah, if you already walked away, no big deal. And yeah, like Doppler, I heavily recommend Doppler. And yeah, the Slidev thing, oof. Mongolian beef tonight. Oh man, oh dude, Mongolian beef is so good. Oh dude, I've done it locally and it's doable, but you gotta have enough like cornstarch on hand to like sear it the right way to then like toss it with the rice. Like it's a process. It's better to just buy it for sure. And what's up, Death Party? How you doing? All right, so let's keep going. For everyone else out there, and yes, Quicksilver, thank you for the lurk. Appreciate you. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for even just like coming in. You're like East Coast Canada, so it's getting late for you. Yeah. Eat some food, do your thing. We'll see you again soon, I hope. But yeah, for everyone else, just saying, if you're just now getting here, Death Party, is there an open source repo or contributor that you would want to give a shout out to make them, be recognized as like an unsung hero or corporate contributor or just open source for good, documentation, rising star, large project, small project, whatever? Dude, you can submit multiple things, just refresh the page, just go back to like the core. Submit one thing, go back, submit another, submit a bunch. There's nothing wrong with submitting as many as you feel like for any category. They need your help. And this is all about just recognizing the open source contributors that make all of our lives better. If you want to shout out FFmpeg, you probably should. They kill it. They're the best. Right? Poimanders. Shout them out. They kill it. They're the best. It's all about the teamwork of this shit. And there is no company that can buy their way into this shit. This is all dev driven. This is all people watching stream, everyone who's aware of this shit. So, as much as you can, check it out. Yeah, FFmpeg was your first thought. Well, then just shout it out, man. Small project, large project? I don't know. I would consider FFmpeg a large project, but I don't know what the criteria is. If you pick either one, good enough. They'll figure it out. They just need people to contribute so they can figure that shit out later. If it was just up to the judges, like, I don't know, it'd be very cookie cutter. We need people to contribute. It's all about human beings doing a thing. So yeah, that goes for everyone. Yeah, you too, Janhua. And yes, I will have a hotel. My invitation's confirmed. I need to like book the shit. I'm planning on taking at least a few days before to visit family, like a day or two, and then maybe going to NYC and doing like the comedy show thing for a couple days so I can like reset my sleep schedule, because I'm gonna have to wake up early for JS Nation because I'm an MC. So yeah, like, you know how I rolled in like at the crack of noon last year? I can't do that this year. I actually have to like wake up and be there. So I'm gonna have to show up a couple days early to make it happen. Oh, and Alan, hold on. Once upon a time when you could have gotten someone in, but you don't work at the tour anymore. Damn, were you actually working on the PGA Tour? That's amazing, Alan. That's super cool, dude. And then, John Paul, you've been pretty MIA. Yeah, no worries, man. Eh, I'll have the hotel room. If it ends up being a single bed, I'll sleep on the cot if they let me bring one up. You know, how it goes. I'm going to be the one stumbling back into the room, passing out with way too much whiskey in me anyway. So, yeah, like, I don't need the better bed. And I think it'll be a better hotel, too. Yeah, I might even have, like, a scar on my back. I can't see it, so it doesn't matter. Yeah, for everyone who doesn't know, Jianhua, I have, like, shared my hotel room with Jianhua both times I've gone to JS Nation React Summit, like, tomato, right? Because they live in Jersey. I forget what part of Jersey. It's like I smoke weed or something. But like also like I want to hang out. Like, and we've gone to like comedy shows. We've done all that shit. There was one night that first year where John Hua didn't want to go party till 5 a.m. at the strip club nearby. Weird. All right, sure, I get it. But I did. And I wandered back into the hotel room and fell into my AC unit. And I'm pretty sure I have a scar on my back because of it. Because that AC unit had like a sharp edge. Like I bled on the bed, you know? Like, yeah. And he had the fold out bed, like chilling. So, yeah, it was chill. Anyone who's in the area that needs a place to crash, I gotcha. But just remember, I might be rolling in late, drunk as fuck. Just throwing that out there. If you share a room with me, you got to deal with the fact that I'm going to roll in late, drunk as fuck. Because I'm partying. AC unit, the furniture that marks your back. Exactly. Yeah. Damn right. It was a good hotel room. Solid AC unit. Falling into it didn't break the AC. That's a good AC unit. But yeah, does Synthwave belong to a museum? Junior? There was amazing Korean barbecue close by. What I would say is, like, we got to find, like, the all-you-can-eat Korean barbecue, though. Where do we find that one? That's the move. That's the move. I will eat them out of house and home. They will regret having me as a customer. Where do we find the all-you-can-eat Korean barbecue? Short ribs for days. All right, so let me go pee. I'll be right back. And yeah, we're chilling. We're hanging out. I got more work to do. I just want to keep shouting out the commits. The commits.dev. Y'all should go vote on any of these categories, and you can vote on all of these categories. You can vote multiple times on all these categories. Do that shit. Make it happen. But I gotta pee. BRB. Okay, and I'm back. Yeah, I will say, when I was flying out of that place the first time, when I was like flying out of NYC the very first time, there was that one night where I rolled back and I wanted to get some food, and I went to some like Korean food place, and they did like the, I don't even know how to describe it, but it was like super like dark flavoring on the noodles, like they were like basically black, and it was like, I don't know, it was okay, but it was a thing that I think like Korean people actually enjoy more than they probably should. I also ended up having some soju for the first time at that same place. And yeah, like 5 a.m. noodles I wasn't necessarily that stoked on didn't hit right. All right, so hold on. Looking at the fantasy football, J-Lem's going to beat me this week because Travis Etienne Jr. is not getting 40 points. He'll be lucky if he breaks 10. Anyway, yep, let's do the thing. Just to shout it out one more time. So yeah, Little Fairy might be your only one for the year. Hold on. Oh, no. So J-Lam might take his only win for the year. Yeah, I get that. Little Fairy has amazing all-you-can-eat barbecue. So I believe we're going to have at least one night where we go eat there, and then they kick us out, and I'm banned for life. I'm okay with it. Hold on. I just heard a Discord notification. I have no idea where it came from. I don't think it matters. It's fine. What's my approach when I'm already deep in a few projects and an urgent task suddenly gets dropped on my plate? You solve the urgent task. Maybe leave yourself a note on the other project somewhere. Yeah, urgent is urgent. If it's not actually urgent, I would start like pushing back on the person saying it's urgent. Like, if you get some PM or some like senior or just some asshole who keeps giving you urgent tasks, and then you discover that no, it actually didn't need to be done for like a week. Ooh, yeah, I would start like pushing back or ignoring that fucker. Right? Like, if they don't understand that urgent actually means urgent, red flag. Red flag. If I'm only considering NYC or if I'm considering Flushing as well, how far is Flushing? Like, technically, React Summit and JS Nation are in, like, Jersey City. So, how far is that shit from Jersey City? So, it's 20 minutes from NYC. Is it, like, the opposite direction of Jersey City? So, like, you're looking at, like, 30 to 40 minutes? Yeah, I don't know. I'm sure there's something in Jersey we could find instead. Right, Johnhua? No, and I get it, Daniel. I just think if it's truly urgent, yeah, you drop everything and solve it. If it's not truly urgent, then that's an organizational problem in which that person shouldn't be able to say something's urgent when it isn't. And if they keep crying wolf, yeah, you just start ignoring them. And that's their problem. Right? Just because someone says they need it tomorrow, do they actually need it tomorrow, or are they just being a dick about it? And I've dealt with salespeople and marketing people and fucking project managers and all that don't understand that you can't just throw the word urgent around. No, I get it, John Juan. Like, dude, 20 miles, is that 20 minutes or is that an hour, right? Depending on the time of day. But yeah, at some point, if someone keeps saying something's urgent and it isn't, you start ignoring that person and you get to it when you get to it. Like, it's basically like the boy that cried wolf at that point. And you keep records of that shit. That's the biggest thing. That's the biggest thing. You record this person saying it's urgent every single time they say it is. And then you record if it actually was. Was it urgent, or did you just want it like a day or two before the client needed it? That's a big difference, right? If you tell me it's urgent, I will drop everything to do it. If I could have done it later today or tomorrow, that's not urgent. That's definitely not urgent. So when you start having a PM or salesperson or marketing person or whatever who keeps abusing the term urgent, that's an organizational problem, and you bring that up to someone above your pay grade, above their pay grade too. That's all there is to it. That's the job. But if it's truly urgent, you just do it. Call it out in the retrospective. Yes, absolutely, 100%. But at some point, if you call them out and they keep doing it, you just start ignoring them. You ask them for the actual deadline. You don't listen for their, like, them saying it's urgent. When does it actually need to be done by? And if they keep lying to you, dude, that is your boss's problem. At some point, people get fired for that shit. Because they're misappropriating people's time. Like, that shit fucking matters. And there are salespeople who think their time is more important. Their deadlines are more important. Those are the shittiest fucking salespeople, though. They are the shittiest salespeople. And if you can show a pattern of abuse from those salespeople, dude, they're not going to be at the company very long. Unless they're just like selling deal after deal after deal and they're really fucking good at what they do. Well, then, okay, yeah, do what they say. Because they're bringing money into the company. There you go, Alan. Alan, yeah, here are my priorities. Which of these things should be moved lower? And the moment it pushes something else out, you let the person who cares about the thing that got pushed, you let them know about it. And if it becomes a pattern, yeah, that person should push back too. But yeah, no, that's a very good point there, Alan. You give them your list of current priorities. Which thing is this more important than? And you get that shit in writing via email. All right? Give yourself a paper trail about all this shit. And that's not your problem as a dev. It's their problem. for taking your time when you could have been doing something that mattered more. If they lied to you and said it was the most important thing you should do, that's their problem at that point. Yeah, good call, Alan. Like, yeah, 1,000%. If some salesperson keeps telling you everything they give you is the highest priority, well, you make them deprioritize some other thing, and then the person that needed that other thing is their problem to push back. Yeah, do not make. Yeah, Alan, I'm just going to repeat what you're saying because you're totally fucking right. I do that with my manager. Like, I get a request and take it to them to let them set the priorities. E.g., don't let whoever's making the request be in control. I can see that. It depends on if you like them or not. If you don't like them, you can throw them under the bus. So, Sir Elfman is saying your manager left and your new manager sucks. Yep, that's a shitty problem. But yeah, sometimes if you don't like someone, you can just like let them shoot themselves in the foot. Don't do it unless they've been a dick, right? Like, just because they ask things doesn't mean that they deserve to be thrown under the bus. It's when they are a dick that you should throw them under the bus. And being a dick is actually gender neutral. I just want to point that out. Anybody can be a dick, just like anybody can be a dude. Right? Those are gender neutral terms for people, in my opinion. But, you know, if you're at a place that cares, all right, phrase it how you want. All right, let's keep building out slides. We just need to like scaffold this bullshit. We don't have to like hammer out the content of the slides. That's a problem for tomorrow. But as far as slides go, I don't know, does this feel right? Like, oh my God, Git hosting as a database. What does that even mean? Well, first, a little bit about me, and I can paste in a slide for that. So then back to the problem at hand. Let's first understand what is a backend. Well, a backend needs data, which could be JSON living in your backend, right? Right? Living in your Git repo. It needs authentication, not authentication. Authentication is like, yeah, are you from Athens? No? All right, so you're not authenticated. But yeah, authentication, totally separate, different thing. And then beyond that, authorization. And we can like talk through that part. So then like, yeah, we talked about data. What does that data mean? And we can start showing like what the schemas are and some of that BS. Beyond that, we can then start digging into, well, authentication. What does that process look like? Well, we need to do this with our something or other. And then authorization, well, that part's the easy part. If you don't have permissions to do a thing, you just can't do it. And that's on the case of the provider. So let's look a little bit deeper at how it works. And then, yeah, this is where, I don't know, I might want to dig into building Right, so building an adapter. Right, so then building a library. That would be like Svelte versus Vue versus React or whatever, right? I don't think the diagram is actually that necessary. But we do want to do other shit. So here's the thought. What do I eat for dinner? Do I do taquitos, right? Chicken and cheese? Or do I do crab cakes and then like some salad shit? Basically like baby spinach, right? Popeye style. Anyone got a preference? Like, I don't know. I'm going to flip a coin. They're both going to be heating up the oven, right? So it's either crab cakes or taquitos. Like chicken and cheese taquitos, not even like the slacker ones, like the good ones. I'm going to finish up both before I leave for TwitchCon. So the order in which we consume them, less important. If I don't feel like cooking, then yeah, those are the options. And I don't feel like cooking tonight. I do need to check on the eggs that I have. Dude, the eggs I have are months old. I bet they're all bad. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do like the float test on all the eggs that I have. But yeah, let's keep thinking about like the app we're building. Honestly, this is probably already 7 or 8 minutes worth of content just to like talk about this shit. Hmm. What should I cover after building a library? I think, yeah, that's easily like caveats. Hold on. Dude, yeah, a bunch of weird shit there. I did see one that's probably good, so let me go check it out on the LinkedIn. The LinkedIn. I do think, yeah, the person that just reached out on LinkedIn, yeah, you're like a real human and you're probably out there. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. All right, but yeah, Stoner pouring more whiskey. Yep, I believe this is going to be the final bit of this whiskey, yep. That is the Old Fitzgerald. One bottle done. And yeah, I think that's enough whiskey for today, but that means I got a whole beverage to sip till we get there. Hold on. Before we get too deep, I got this lime I'm going to squeeze into it. And yeah, like, do we think these caveats are, like, we haven't listed the caveats. Well, I finished the Indiana Jones game the other day. That game is so fucking good. If you're looking for a good single player game, the Indiana Jones game is fucking amazing. Holy shit, dude. Like, yeah, I couldn't exaggerate it any better than what I'm saying right now. Like, dude, the Indiana Jones game. Golden Circle or whatever, right? Man, that is a sour lime. All right, so the caveats of doing this, right? Like, right? So as far as the performance of building an application on GitHub, GitLab, BitBucket, whatever, as a database, like, right, like rate limiting, that's important. I don't think repo size is going to matter. Lime in the whiskey, I mean, it's whiskey, lime, and then water, and then it's like nice and sippable. If you don't do the water thing, well then, yeah, then it's just sour whiskey. So I don't know about that one, but like, yeah, water it down or soda water, right? Like, you know, seltzer or like club soda or whatever. Like, dude, yeah, that's a move. But yeah, I would say if you're going to do like a shot of whiskey and a little bit of lime, no, that's going to be, it's just going to be a sour whiskey. It's not going to be any better than just regular old whiskey. But with water, then it's a sippable thing and it's delicious. And realistically, you don't even need to do like the lime. Water in whiskey is totally sippable. To a degree. It belongs in a museum. But yeah, no worries, Matthias. I think the mixer of, yeah, the lime is only valid when accompanied by the water. All right, so yeah, what other performance problems could we have? Right, rate limiting sucks. Permissions can also suck. Right? Okay, so that's definitely a thing. What else could be different or weird? It just now clicked for you. Yeah. Oh my God is Git hosting as a database. Damn right, dude. The oh my is like, I mean, it's just fun to say it. Like, oh my God. Oh my God. Becky, look at her butt. I like big backends and I cannot lie. But yeah, anyone else have any other concerns? Like things that you might not expect to work right? Like, I'm sure I'm gonna have to like uncover them and figure that out, right? And maybe performance is the wrong thing, but it's more like caveats, and the caveats are rate limiting permissions, etc. Like, what other caveats do we think have value? Yeah, I don't know. I think we've got some value here. We got some things we can do. And could I fill 10 minutes with what we got right now? I bet I could. I really bet I could. Right, Jason? When in doubt, talk about caching. I don't have caching right now, but I mean, are you saying like you want to cache me outside? No, I think this is a solid structure for a, I don't know, 10 to 15 minute talk. 15 minutes at the maximum, right? If we just hit 10 minutes, we're killing it. And I will say, like, I'm probably fading at the moment. Like, as much as I want to continue and just, yeah, keep doing our thing, no, this is a good moment, right? I'll be back here tomorrow. We got stuff we're working on. We should go find someone to raid. Like, who's even streaming right now? There's always Z.A. Shaw. Like, timing wise, you know? I definitely want to go play some game tonight. I have no idea what game I'm going to play. You're going to have to head over to the gaming stream to let me know what game I should play. But I think, yeah, we're past the moment of doing any, like, work stuff tonight. Shit. We see Productive Time. We see Coco Type. We see Het Tanis. Z.A. Shaw killing it. We did raid Zed recently. We do see, hold on, Nervix is doing connecting emails Shopify. Hold on, Nikwan Data Sci. Hold on, anyone here actually curious about data science? We could raid Nikwan. He's hiring for interns at the Cincinnati Reds. There's also Danny Stem. I feel like they're just starting. But I'm a big fan of Danny Stem, so like we could go raid them. We also see Evan MMO. Anyone have any preferences so far? I mean, there's also Birdie FM. I feel like they've rated us a bunch. Like, we could go raid Birdie FM too. Who is Data Science Dude? Are you not familiar with Nick Wan? He's going to be stopping streaming at some point unless he bamboozled us. So, you know what? Yeah, no, that's a good stream to go raid. I feel like there's other good streams to raid, and we should, but you know what? Let's go raid Nick One. I can just go lurk the other streams. Shit. So let's go say hi to Nick One. Maybe. Hold on. What's he doing? I think it's fine. Yeah, data science is cool. Let's go check it out, right? And if you're in the Cincinnati area, he is looking for interns. And yeah, it's late enough. I need to get some food in my belly. I'm like, hold on. Anyone got a preference? Should I do crab cakes? Or should I do chicken and cheese taquitos? They're both delicious, but anyone got a preference? I mean, I'm going to eat both of them and finish both of them, right? So yeah, crab cakes or taquitos. Both? Ooh, Kenny. I don't feel like they're a good complement of each other. Anyone else have a preference? Chicken and cheese taquitos or crab cakes? Both will get eaten eventually. Tonight is just the one we pick. Tomorrow, probably the other. Thursday, probably the other. Right? We'll alternate till they're gone because, yeah, none of this animal goes to waste. Nobody? No preference? Well, YouTube later. Cheers. See you soon.